Good morning, everyone, and welcome along to the Pool and Spa City of SAILS two-day challenge here at the Giltrap Group Raceway in Avondale, New Zealand. If you're watching live stream overseas, a very warm welcome to one of the greatest countries in the world where we can do events like this in our troubled COVID environment. We have a record number of karters competing this weekend. It should be an outstanding weekend brought to you by Kartsport Auckland. We are going to be live streaming this for you across the 2 days, a very basic setup, but nonetheless, it will bring you the action as we see it unfold. We're going to start off with qualifying in the 8 categories this morning before we head to our lunch break. And first up is the Super Metal Recycling Club Sport. And we'll go for their qualifying session, and during that I'll explain how the heats are going to be working. It's pretty simple, isn't it? It's a great format, but wherever you finish in qualifying is where you start all 3 of your heats for the weekend. Today is wrapped up with qualifying Heat 1 and Heat 2. So if you end up being at the end, at the back, right at the very end, and you think you should be up front, well, too bad, because you will be stuck there for all 3 of your heats. 8-minute qualifying sessions, and very soon Speed Hive will also have the live timing up, so if you want to log on and do that, you can do so. Paul Hutchison in 17, Aaron French in 21, Carl Brennan in 27, Matthew Couch in 32, Michael McDowell 33, Frank Gilbert in 44, Steve Muggeridge in 51, and Tony Bennett are leading away in kart number 78. So those are the karts out there for the Super Metal Recycling Club Sport qualifying session, 8 minutes long. You won't hear a lot of audio from the karts coming through on the live stream. We're doing it, as I said, a basic setup this weekend just to try and test things out so that we can bring this to you in the future bigger, brighter and better. But I tell you what, the weather conditions are certainly smiling. I'm glad I did the naked sun dance last night. The neighbours, not so much, but all the karters here should be very appreciative of the fact that I ran around my street naked to make sure the rain stayed away. As I said, an 8-minute qualifying session. And we'll bring up Speed Hive and keep you up to date with the live timing as soon as we can. Tell you who has qualified in what position. Now, as I said, this is that format, the famous karting format. Wherever you finish qualifying is where you start your 3 heats. So you really do need to work at it. You've got to be up the front, because if some of these favourites or some of the top seeders end up being mid-pack or even further down because of a small incident, well, it's bad for them, but it's great for us because we get to watch them go through as though it was a handicap reverse grid race, and that has excitement on its own. Yes, we are a single camera for this live stream broadcast this weekend, but let's not fret about that. The fact is, you're getting to see these guys and girls rip around the Giltrap Group Raceway for 2 days of fun in the sun. And it is going to be pretty hot. The weather forecast is for 25 degrees peak here in Auckland today and tomorrow. So that's certainly going to make for some interesting setup. The track will be massively hot. I'm guessing it'll get up around 50 degrees on the tarmac if it's 25 degrees in the ambient. Now, I'm not sure what Frank Gilbert is up to in 44. He's taken the casual way through for his qualifying run, either already happy with the results or something has caused a problem, and he's already blocking the rest of the group as they try to get through. He's pulling into the pits, I would say. So not long to go. And as soon as the live timing system comes on deck, I will keep you updated with who has done what, who is first, who is second, who is third. At the moment, I can only guess. I can tell you that one cart is definitely leading the second cart, and the second cart is definitely faster than the third cart. That is the only information I can currently give you until it comes up on my screen here, but don't panic about it. It doesn't matter. We'll get to see plenty of karting action across the weekend here at Giltrap Group Raceway, Partiki Road, Avondale, New Zealand. It's a long weekend. It's Auckland anniversary weekend, and we've got 2 days of karting and then a day of relax with the barbecues, the banter, and the talk about what could have been out on the racetrack. They're just starting to get a little bit quicker as they go around the circuit now, starting to find the curbs a little more, and a little bit more of the sideways slide as they go around the top hairpin onto the straights before they head into the twists and turns. And like I said, 8 minutes is all you get, and they have to count. There's no comebacks. There's no have another shot at qualifying later for heat number 2, and then that'll head for heat number 3, and so on. This is the only shot. Early Saturday morning in Auckland before we go into a lunch break, and that's when they'll all start to talk about it. 27 is Pacey Brennan. He's decided he's not going to be held up anymore and makes a move. The checkered flag is already flying, but was it too late? Was it too late for Brennan? He was held up a fair bit there on the racetrack, and they all head in. So as soon as the timing comes up, I'll let you know who did what, but we're going to get into our next session. The next session for our qualifying this morning, before we head to our lunch break, will be Cadet Rock, sponsored by Strata Networks. All quiet on the western front. Dads, friends, family, mums, cousins, uncles, brothers, sisters, nanas, everyone there, getting their little carters ready to go, waiting for the gates to open, send them out on their 8-minute session. 6 to 10 years old, the Strata Networks, Cadet Rock. Eight-minute qualifying session. It sets the grid for all 3 heats of the weekend. 2 heats today, heat 1 and 2 this afternoon, heat 3 Sunday morning, and the points from the 3 heats determine your grid for the pre-finals. So we're just waiting for the officials to let the Cadet Rock out. The gates are opening now, and I've just been informed they've changed it from an 8 to it's a 5-minute qualifying, which makes it even harder. So they lose 3 minutes. They lose that extra chance, so 5 minutes to do their thing, 5 minutes to make their positions known, 5 minutes to get the bragging rights for heats 1, 2, and 3. And as I said, the points from those heats will determine the grid for Sunday's pre-final. It is so important to lay down the base this morning, right now, in the qualifying. It is essential that you get up the front. You need to be at the pointy end so that you can do more driving and less passing, more circulating at speed and less concern about trying to get around people in front of you. But if you don't get a good qualifying session, your weekend is going to be tough. It's what we love about motorsport. Strata Networks, Cadet Rock are out there at the moment. Strata Networks Cadet Rock. Here at the Pool and Spa City of SAILS 2-day challenge at Giltrap Group Raceway. 5-minute qualifying. It is going to go by in a blink of an eye for these young ones, 6 to 10 years old. And we're just still waiting for our live timing to kick in our commentary room so that I can give you a much more updated timeline as to which driver has done what. Until then, we all speculate and just enjoy the fact that there's people out there karting and having a lot of fun while we get to watch on. Great day for it. Record number of entries, which is absolutely brilliant. We're loving the fact that we can achieve this here in our terrible COVID world right now. We can have an event like this and we can put it on and have a lot of fun. "13 in the cadets this morning. So a yellow flag out for the Cadet Rocks. We know that our live timing is having an issue out there, but as soon as it comes on, we'll let you know. The checkered flag has waved. So that's it for their session. Next up will be the Rotax lights, and it is a massive field. And the Praga Karts Rotax light. Really big numbers this weekend, which is fantastic. So the Rotax lights, Praga Karts New Zealand, bringing it to you. Big, big field. And I've got my fingers and toes crossed that our live timing will kick in before they finish, because it's going to be quite the epic battle out there in qualifying session. However, in saying all this, after lunch, once they line up on their grids for heat number 1, I can tell you who qualified first. It'll be really easy to work that out, won't it? So we're now going to go to the Praga New Zealand Rotax light. All the team managers are running off the field. That's it. Get off our racetrack. Because the Praga Karts New Zealand Rotax lights are ready to go. 5 minutes of hectic activity here at Giltrap Group Raceway. And there are going to be people that are going to get held up. There is going to get people who get a good run. There's going to be people making mistakes because it is massive pressure. Absolutely massive pressure to try lay down the fastest time in qualifying. And as they come out, it's just a massive field of karts. And who is going to get the best run? Warming up the tyres as quickly as they can. Not a lot of weaving's going to go on in that front pack because they are side by side. Oh, they're going all over the place and they're starting to cause some problems, and people, while they're warming up their tyres, they are losing spots. But it's actually a good idea, I think. Get right back and get some clear air. Let everyone take off. Back off the throttle for half a lap and give yourself a clean circuit to race on. I think that could be the trick. Of course, the fine line is you can't go too far back or you'll end up being lapped and caught by everyone else. But if they start to spread themselves out and give each other a good run, some of the karters I notice are turning their heads backwards to try and see who's behind them. Try and get the best run possible. Roughly halfway through the qualifying session already. They need to lay down some good times that I, unfortunately, sorry, I can't tell you what they are. But what we do know, because they're all so close together, is that there's not going to be a lot in it. And it will only be thousandths of a second between some of these competitors. Hey, but I'll take the easy way out during Heat 1, and where they grid up again is exactly where they finished their qualifying. So that's taking the easy way out, waiting for technology to kick in to tell us who is doing what. There's a couple of distinct bunches in the qualifying session. There's a group in what you would technically call third, fourth, and fifth position who are trying to streamline each other for a good run. They didn't quite get it right at the hairpin. There's a massive bunch right in the center of the pack, and, well, they're going to struggle. But those up front, they have got clean air and a clean track. Nothing in their way. Kart 5 is stopping. Right off to the side of the track and not happy, already smacking the steering wheel, knowing that that's the qualifying session down and could end up being at the back if didn't lay down a good number. So it's a bit sad, but that's what happens, isn't it? This is the joys of motorsport. You take the highs, you take the lows, and you just relax. Get yourself ready, make a big recovery in the heats coming up today. And in fact, it is the heats in the heat because we are set for a peak of 25 degrees here at the Giltrap Group Raceway. Auckland is really putting it on. It's going to make it for a really interesting day of setups. Who will get the track conditions exactly right? Who will master the temperatures, get their tyres and their setup exactly where it needs to be? Oh, we'll know soon. By the end of the day, I can tell you exactly who does what. Rather dejected number 5. Satchith Ranatunga, an Auckland-based driver. The helmet is in his hands and he's waiting in a marshal safety area. He's not happy that he's lost his qualifying session. For the Praga Karts New Zealand Rotax Lights category, we should be on a checkered flag very, very soon. I'm sure 5 minutes was up 5 minutes ago. It's waving now. So that's it. And unfortunately, I apologize. I don't have any live timing, but we'll get over that. We'll just enjoy watching karts going around this wonderful raceway. The Pool and Spa City of SAILS. It's a 2-day challenge. They head off, and up next for their 5-minute battle is the Rotax Heavy. Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy. Not as many of them. Only 6. I guess there's a lot of the heavies who have stopped eating the pies and have dropped themselves into the lights, taken the weights off the cart, and gone into the big field. And the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy, the 125s, 15 plus years old. 5 minutes of qualifying. First recovery of the day. No one likes that. So as we wait for the recovery crew to go back to their lovely little marquee here at Giltrap Group Raceway, the Pool and Spa City of SAILS 2-day challenge, we can tell you that the live timing apparently is now up and running. And as soon as it gets up and running on my device, I can give you more information. But if you're faster, you'll be able to get it. It's listed under the 2021 Pool and Spa City of SAILS. You'll be able to find it. And there is a link in the YouTube live stream comment section. You can find a link to the live timing there if you want to do it that way. Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy, the 185 kg plus 6 this weekend competing in this category. In their 5-minute run, they'll have plenty of clear air, but this could be one of those conditions where you don't want it. You almost want to be right on the rear pipe of one of these cars. And he's gone sideways on cold tyres. Yep, well, there you go. If you can get a good slipstream, if you can get right in tight, you might actually do a better job. Rather than getting clean air out on your own, this could be the answer, the trick. A lot of squealing tyres out there right now. They're really pushing hard in their 5-minute session to decide who gets to start where. Not so bad, but going up on the grass at the end of the straight is probably not the right way to do it. It's not a good spot to be sitting up there high, unless you want a grandstand view. And okay, granted, that's a good place to do it. But his cart is stranded, and that's not a good thing for this 5-minute qualifying session. I was just about to say it's probably not so bad when there's only 6 of them in a class. If you end up starting last every race, you're still technically in the top 10. You're right up front. You're on the 3rd row. It's not a big deal. Still, it would be nice to start on pole for all 3 of your heats. I'm not sure if the carter, he's actually having a ball up there. He's disgruntled. He's lifted his car and carried it up the bank himself. It's quite entertaining. And he's just relaxing on the fence now, going, yeah, well, if I'm going to watch, I might as well do it in style. So not a great start or finish, really, in the qualifying session. 5 of them out there. And I can tell you that qualifying on my live timing has come up, but it hasn't come up. It's half come up. So it's showing me the results of previous classes, but it's not showing me the one currently on the track. So again, I can't tell you what's going on, but hey, we'll get over it, won't we? It's such a beautiful day here at Giltrap Group Raceway. We don't really mind little technical hitches like this. It's just good to see people out there enjoying themselves, using some carbon, getting out there and having some fun. Next up will be the Vortex Mini Rock, thanks to Manson's TCLM. Not just yet, though. They are lining themselves up in the dummy grid, but they've got to wait for the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy to get themselves off the circuit, finish their qualifying session. Okay, checkered flag. And that is the end of the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy. Next up will be the Manson's TCLM Vortex Mini Rock. And that's another big field of 9 to 13-year-olds. And I've just really got to hope that my lifetiming comes through, because it'll depress me if it doesn't. If I get upset and sad, then you're going to have to share my pain and anguish. We do have to recover the cart, though. Driver is still standing up there on the fence, having a wee chat to one of the spectators, you know, as you do. It's a lovely day to be out, standing in the sunshine in a helmet and a race suit, of course. What else would you rather be doing? Probably driving your cart, to be fair. But he was quite entertaining as he dragged the cart up onto the bank on his own. It was a little bit of entertainment. Unfortunately, there's a post right in the way, and with our camera, and you can't see where the driver is. But he's up there, and he's relaxed, and he's okay with it, and content, and knows that it doesn't matter where he qualified in the session. There are still 3 heats, a pre-final and a main final to come this weekend, so there will still be plenty of track time. Recovery crews are starting up the quad. They'll take the trailer out. They'll collect them before we get out for the Manson's TCLM Vortex Mini Rock here at Pool and Spa City of Sales at Gill Trap Group Raceway. So it's probably, to be fair, not the fastest way to get around a racetrack, but it is one of the most entertaining ways to get around a racetrack. It's quite entertaining, somewhat. But it's a good way to get back to the pits and save on fuel. Save your tyres for your heat. That's a good idea. See, there's a tactic going on here from the Milwaukee Tools. Matthew McBride. Glen Eden Auto Electrical sponsored cart. Number 24 making his way back to the garages as we get ourselves ready to bring out the Manson's TCLM Vortex Mini Rock. Only 4 more categories before we head out on our lunch break. And if you've got any questions for any particular drivers, you can drop them down in the live stream chat section of our YouTube channel. And we'll do our best to go find those drivers for you and get those questions answered. No guarantees, because trying to find them can often be a battle. They go off and eat their lunch with other competitors and you never find them. But we'll do our best. So if you have any technical questions that you want to run by a driver, not their favourite colour, favourite movie or band, it's not as important. Maybe some inside secret information, tyre settings. How much camber have you got this weekend? What's your offsets? But we don't want to have those questions from other competitors. That just wouldn't be nice. That's not playing fair here at the Pool and Spa City of Sales. It's a 2-day challenge. You can work out your own tyre settings. You can work out your own offsets. But we're getting ourselves ready for Manson's TCLM. They're just about to roll out. They've opened the gate. It's the Vortex Mini Rock. 5-minute qualifying session, just like everyone else. Where you finish your qualifying is where you will start Heat 1 and 2 today and Heat 3 tomorrow morning. And they are off. And I will refresh my live timing screen again with fingers crossed. My thoughts and prayers go to Speed Hive right now to see if they can bring me my live timing to give you the information. And so far, it is only telling me what they did during a practice session this morning, which is roughly 33 seconds to get around the circuit. But we don't know what that compares in regards to qualifying, because it should be a little bit different, shouldn't it? So they're back out there now. Manson's TCLM, Vortex Mini Rock. 9 to 13 years old. Out there doing what they love to do best. Those who can do, those who can't, sit in a commentary box and talk about it. There's quite a good bunch, and again, just like the heavies, if you can get yourself a slipstream, you can do well. If you can't, you get caught out, you're going to lose a few seconds, a few milliseconds. We don't want that. One of the carts has already stopped down at the end of the track. That's not the best news, but there's a marshal down there doing their thing. Get them off the curbs and onto the grass into a safe zone. That's all good. That's all fine. Localized yellow. Yellow flag is back in. We are underway. Not a problem. The Mansons, Vortex Mini Rock. There is a really good group of hard chargers, about 4, 5, 6, and 7 back in this pack. And they're not sure whether they want to slipstream. They're not sure if they want to go around and get a clean run. But they are stuck together, almost like flies on the sticky paper. They're going to come into the front straight. Now they're starting to spread out a little bit as they try to get some good times down. There's only a couple of minutes left in this 5-minute qualifying session. There's so much pressure, isn't it? So much pressure to gain a good spot ready for your heats 1, 2, and 3. Great news. The great news is that it looks like my live timing has come on, so I can tell you what's going to happen. I bring it up, and yes, we have. The first, finally, we've got a qualifying session live. I can tell you what's happening around the circuit. 69, Marco Manson is leading with a 33.391. And cart number 2, Zach Tucker, is a 33.416 with a gap of 0.025. Third, currently 38, Cole Turney with a 33.468. Carson Daly and Maxim Kerwin wrap up your top 5. There is basically nothing separating the top 19 carts. Less than a second separates them. Less than a second separating the top 19 carts. A 33.23. 33.323. Just dropped the number down for Cole Turney, 38. Cart number 38 is leading the pack with a 33.323. And now we're getting there. It's a 0.068 gap now. Opened it up to Marco Manson in 69. Miles Baker is basically leading the pack around the circuit, but is not leading qualifying. Miles in 88 is down in 12th position. Not far off it, in fact, only 0.2 of a second away from the leader, Cole Turney. In cart number 38, just trying to locate him at the moment. But the numbers are pretty good, 33.32, 33.39, then it drops into 33.4, 33.4 again for Maxim Kerwin, and Carson Daly is 33.482. They've all just gone past the start-finish line now. There's some slipstreaming going on between 39 and 82, 36 and 82, but they're not in the run. They are way down. Well, when you say way down, I'm talking 11th and 12th position, and it's only 0.2 of a second. The time has not improved for Cole Turney at this stage. Cart number 38. Checkered flag is now flying, so someone's going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat if they want to beat the 33.323 of cart number 38, Cole Turney. And nobody has done it. Not even the last cart that goes across the start-finish line. So I can tell you Cole Turney will lead the pack for all 3 heats this weekend. Marco Manson will be on the front row in 2nd spot. Zach Tucker will be 3rd. Maxim Kerwin 4th. Carson Daly in 5. And James McDonald will be 6th. Matthew Johnson in 7. Aryan Lala is 8. That is your front 4, and there is, here it is, 33.323 in 8th position, 33.526. There's only 0.2 of a second separating those front 4 rows. Fantastic stuff. So that's the end of the Manson's Vortex Mini Rock. Next up will be the Glen Eden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2. And I will, again, cross my fingers and hopes, my thoughts and prayers go out to those in live timing, that we will have live timing on our screen in front of us so I can tell you exactly what happens when. It'll be a beautiful thing, but right now we've got the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2 out there for 5 minutes. And yes, it is live. We have our timing for the DD2s. 15 of them out there on the circuit. It's only the DD2s, the KZ2s, and the Rotax Juniors remaining before our lunch break, and that's when they all start to think about it. What are we going to do for the rest of the afternoon with 2 heats coming? So first across the line is 63. Ryan Crombie to lay down a 30.705. Number 63. So he sets the stage. Who else can beat it? Into the 30s straight away. 30.705 to 63. Ryan Crombie as he comes past the pits now and heads into the turns. Snakes through the chicane and down the straight. See if there's an improvement. Yes, 29.4. So can anyone match it? Yes, Darren Walker goes to a 29.5. Liam Lawson, 29.6. Ryan Nowaki, 29.7. Tim Erickson, 29.9. Jason Lee has moved up slightly, gained a spot into 5th with a 29.974. At the moment, it is still 63. Ryan Crombie with a 29.421 is the carter to beat. Cart number 63. He is heading infield now. He is holding sway, leading the pack, but there is nothing, virtually nothing between himself and second place Ryan Crombie. Get this number, 0.004 between them. And now the numbers are starting to fall. We're getting close. We might even knock into the 28s if the karting gods smile. We have done it now. Ryan Crombie, 28.946. He is really going through the numbers now. Cart number 63 leads everyone with a 28.946. Darren Walker is second with a 29.061. So only one karter has hit the 28s. Jason Lee has moved into third with a 29.135. Ryan Nowaki a 29.189 in fourth. Liam Lawson has dropped 3 spots down into fifth, 29.256. Craig Cook 29.260. The gaps are tiny between the top cars here, but it is still Ryan Crombie who has taken more time off. He is getting faster every lap, a 28.882. Darren Walker is doing his best with a 29.061, but it's still not enough. Let's try and keep an eye on who is doing what. As 16 goes past now, Craig Cook with a 29.26. It's just not enough. We look for kart 63, who is setting the mantle. He's deciding this is the pace. Goes past the start-finish line now. No change. 28.882 for Ryan Crombie in 63. Goes infield. Walker is second, 29.061. Jason Lee has moved up into third with a 29.135. Ryan Nowaki, 29.189. Liam Lawson still holding fifth, 29.256. In the top 3 rows, Craig Cook with a 29.260.004 between positions 5 and 6. What is that? 1 wheel of a kart is the timing difference there. 5 laps down for the leaders in this. 5 laps gone for those out in front. The rest are trying their best to catch. And the difference between position 1 to 14 is 28.882, 30.9. So there is a 2-second difference. It's quite a span. That 1 second difference goes the 4 front rows, 1 to 8. Are separated by 1 second, positions 1 to 8. It's actually a bigger spread than you might think. The numbers between each individual driver is close, but that spread from 1st to 8th is quite a lot. A 28.8 for Ryan Crombie, a 29.8 for Dwayne Smith. So a little bit of work is now needed as the karters head off the track. That is the way it is going to end. None of the karts coming through now have been able to do it, so just confirming Ryan Crombie will lead every single heat for the weekend with a 28.882. Darren Walker a 29.061. Jason Lee 29.135. Ryan Nowaki 29.189. And there's still a couple out there, eh? That should be it. The checkered flag is flying, and I can't see anyone catching Ryan Crombie, number 63. Nope. So once again, Crombie, Walker, Jason Lee, Ryan Nowaki. Then Liam Lawson in 5th, Craig Cook in 6th, Tim Erickson 7, Dwayne Smith in 8, Mike Barry 9, Cameron Dennis is 10, Claxton, Carlson, Mayle, and Wakefield, no Sam Martin. That is the order of play for heats 1 and 2 this afternoon. So that was the end of the Glen Eden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2s. Next up will be West Speed Motorsport KZ2s. So we're getting ourselves set for the next session, which is the West Speed Motorsport KZ2. Okay, West Speed Motorsport KZ2 here at the Pool and Spa City of SAILS Giltrap Group Raceway. It's a 2-day challenge. And the challenge has been tight already because with a 5-minute qualifying deciding what you are going to do, there is no room for error. And interestingly, there's only been a couple of karters that had an oopsie, and it doesn't look like they've actually had a racing incident as such. It's just that the kart stopped going. So that's, well, is that a semi-positive or a negative? I'm not sure. Look, it's just better than having an accident, isn't it? Just the kart stopped going and they can get on and do some repairs during their session down now and their lunch break, getting themselves ready to go. Now, after lunch, which should be around 12:45, that we should be racing again. But right now we are into the KZ2s from West Speed Motorsport. I'll wait for the live timing to kick back in. It's just holding itself on the previous DD2 category at this stage, which we know was won by Ryan Crombie, number 63, but I can't tell you who is doing the best deal right now in the KZ2s. Not yet, but we will do soon. We will have some guests to chat to you during the lunch break, which is nice. Some of the superstars of the karting world, we're going to bring them up. And have a wee chat to you during our break while I munch on my chicken salad. But I'm trying to... Here we go. We've got qualifying now for the KZ2s up and running. And I can tell you what's going on. We have smashed into the 27 straight away with kart number Joshua Parkinson. And as I say that, one of the superstars in New Zealand motorsport, who doesn't really get the opportunity to show his wares so much due to financial restraints. But Graham Smythe has straight away laid in a 27.8, kart number 24. Joshua Parkinson was currently, when he's just pipped him at the post now, Joshua Parkinson, kart number 89, has dropped in a 27.747 in kart number 89. So he has just done that, and I guess what we're going to see is a battle between Smythe and Parkinson. Third is Kinsman, 27.953. Nathan Krang, Regan Hall, Michael Adolph, Daniel Bugler, Kevin Storr, Callum Armstrong and David Malcolm wrap up your top 10 at this stage, but they're all in the 28s right down to position number 16 with only the top 3 in the 27s. Parkinson, Smythe, Kinsman. We'll keep an eye on those 3 as they go around. There's a lot of numbers further down who are not making the moves they want to. Connor Wilson, kart number 12. It's not slow. 28.2 is not slow, but it's just not enough. But now we're starting to break into the 27s. The top 8 are all sitting in the 27s, and there's only 0.4 separating the top 8 karts. Graham Smythe has moved back up with a 27.549 in kart number 24. They are really going for it. Joshua Parkinson moved down into second, 27.561. And to be fair, the front row is fine. First and second, you are away. That's where you want to be in for the Heat 1, Heat 2 and Heat 3. But at this stage, Graham Smythe is holding sway with a 27.5 in the West Speed Motorsport KZ2s, using all the gears, paddling their way around the circuit. It is still Smythe over Parkinson, Kinsman, Hall, Krang, Bugler, Malcolm, Adolf, Armstrong and Wilson. Your top 10. Following in with that, 11 is Storr. And that's just changed. Just looking at some live there. Wilson is 11, Storr is 12, Thompson 13, Galbers 14, Hunt, Callum and Curran wrap up your top 17. And Graham Smythe has just smashed another time at 27.5. Is he going to try and make a 27.4 at some stage? But right on the tailpipe, Joshua Parkinson is also in the 27.5s. So he's not out there on his own. It's not going all his own way for Smythe. He does have a fierce competitor around him, 0.055 of a difference between the front two runners at this stage. Then there's a little gap, and it's probably a bit too much. There's 0.247 back to Matt Kinsman in third, with Regan Hall in 4, Bugler in 5, Krang in 6, Goffin in 7, Adolf in 8, and Malcolm 9, Armstrong in 10. That is how it is completed. That is going to be the front 5 rows, and it's 27s all the way down to position number 13. And if you're watching on our live stream, a very warm welcome to you. The Kartsport Auckland is trying this themselves for the very, very first time to stream and bring you the live coverage of the city of SAILS. And if you are on live stream, please subscribe and like our page and help build us so that for the future events and our future coverage, we'll make it a lot easier for you. We finished with West Speed KZ2s, and we're into our final qualifying session for the morning. It is Urban Performance, Rotax Juniors, and it should be fun because there's a lot of them. The Urban Performance Rotax Juniors are out now. We'll see who is going to be taking the bragging rights into heat number 1 after our lunch break. We'll have a couple of guests on our live stream, a little chat. We've got to let them have lunch as well. But it'd be nice to chat to them. We'll have a scene set, tell you what's going on. So, as these 12 to 16-year-olds go around the Gill Trap Group Raceway, I can tell you the first times laid down on the cold tyres is a 31.4 by Ollie Workman. Ashton Phipps is second, a 31.45. Mitchell Sparrow, 31.59. J.U. and 31.6. Those are the first times, and in fact the top 5 are all in the 31s. See how that drops down as they go around and their tyres start to warm up. Straight away, we're into the 30s. All 10 of the toppers are into the 30s straight away. So we've laid that down, and there's 19 of them out there at the moment, with the slowest, not being slow, but just slower than the ones in front, is a 32.7 of Regan Edwards. In cart number 49, there will be an improvement with that, no doubt. Mitchell Sparrow still holding the glory at 30.471. Ollie Workman a 30.5. That is a 0.029 difference between those two. That is a nothing. Ashton Phipps is a 30.3. Ollie Workman 30.3, dropped right down. Jay Irwin has moved up to a 30.1. Mitchell Sparrow down to a 30.3. Hayden Lyons has come through now. Everyone is improving. There's a lot of guys being dropped down, a lot of drivers being pushed around. But Ashton, Jay Irwin has moved all the way up to a 29 now, 29.844. Emerson Vincent has really climbed up the charts. A 30 flat, nothing in it. 30 seconds on the money. It's very rare that you see a time around any racetrack that doesn't have some digits after the point, but there's none there. It's smack on 30 seconds to get around the track. Hayden Lyons is third, 30.075. Ashton Phipps, 30.119. And I can tell you that all the way down to last place, aside from last place, who's still just in the 31s, everyone is in the 30 seconds. And now the 29s have been claimed by the top three. 29.684, 29.901, 29.974. There is nothing in it, but it's actually a good gap between Jay Irwin and Sebastian Manson, who has just jumped up the charts from nowhere to come from middle of the field after 3, 4, 5 laps. Fifth lap was the fastest, and he's been smashed by Emerson Vincent now, who has done a 29.8. So Vincent moves into second, but Irwin still untouched. 29.684, leading the pack. Can anyone get into the 29.5s? It's going to be a stretch. I don't think there's anything left in it. And there's not much time left on the circuit. There's some slipstreaming going on by a big bunch up front. 71, Mitchell Sparrow is leading basically the entire field. And Sparrow is down in 6th position with a 29.9. The other carts are doing their best to try and gain some slipstream here, but it's not really working out for them. Ashton Phipps, it did for him though, as I say that. Oh no, he moved himself up into 4th and was just smashed down into 5th and down into 6th because a bunch more drivers have moved themselves up into the top positions. It is still Jay Irwin. After 8 laps with a 29.684, Sebastian Manson has now moved into second, 29.7. Emerson Vincent is in third. Mitchell Sparrow is in 4. Ollie Workman and Ashton Phipps. That is your front 3 rows. And the field, aside from a little wee bunch of 4, is basically separated. There is no slipstreaming. It's just that little group with Ashton Phipps. And they're just starting to lose control. And I say that in a nice way, but they're not as flowing as they want to be. You can just see from the way they're fighting. They're trying to get a good time down. They know they don't have the time. It's Mitchell Sparrow, Ashton Phipps, Jay Irwin. They're all there. But they're not gaining. No one has gained on Jay Irwin. No one has been able to take out his 29.684. The checkered flag is flying. And I think that is it. No one, not even the last carter across the line, has made a difference. So let me run through this before we head to our lunch break. Jay Irwin leads the pack with a 29.684. Will have pole position on all 3 heats this weekend. Emerson Vincent, 29.730 in second place. Sebastian Manson will be third. Mitchell Sparrow is in 4, 29.851. We're still in the 29s with Ollie Workman and Ashton Phipps in 6th position. Hayden Lines, the last of the 29s, with a 29.883, will be in position 7. Then it goes into the 30s. Blake Knowles, Hayden Baccaris, and Stella Carter wrap up your top 10 spots. And it's Joshua Peebles, Jake Young, Raymond Lily Malone, Miles Findlay, Xavier Faulkner. And 3 of the carts are showing times, but are not showing a checkered flag, and I don't know why that is, but it doesn't matter. Jamie Thompson down in 17, Jake Millen 18, and Regan Edwards in 19. So now it is our lunch break, and when we do eventually get a couple of guest stars coming up to the commentary room, we'll bring that. We'll cut back into your live stream to have a chat to them, making sure we don't encroach on their preparation and setup times for heat number 1 this afternoon, which comes up, according to my timing sheet, at 12:45 this afternoon. So we've got about half an hour to drop in plenty of water, have some of our chicken salad, maybe a little chomp on a chocolate bar, and we'll be back to you very, very soon with more live racing at the Pool and Spa City of SAILS at Giltrap Group Raceway. good afternoon, everyone. We are here on a lunch break at the Giltrap Group Raceway for the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of SAILS. I'm joined by Ryan Crombie at 28.882 in the DD2s. Are you, let's just look, the simple question, are you happy with that time?
Yes, I'm very happy with that. I'm pretty sure on the my laps, they only counted the first like 5-6 laps. So obviously me and the whole field did get faster after that, but yeah, I'll take it, yeah.
Okay, can you do anything more? Is there anything left in the kart or even yourself?
Yeah, I think it's just a bit of driver, I think just getting used to it from the Rotax light. Obviously, it's a lot different with front brakes in 2 years and all that. So you got a bit of bottom end, which makes it easier out of the corner. You can get into the corner deeper and all that. So just adapting to that, really.
It's a cool format, isn't it? You got your qualifying, and that's it. So you know, I mean, you can smile about it. You know you're on pole for the 3 heats. It makes it a really interesting battle for those who probably thought they should have been up there with you, who are languishing down a bit. And at the end of the day, they're not slow. They're just this much off it. But gosh, it makes it almost like a handicap reverse grid race for them, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I've no doubt that they'll be coming, like Liam and Jason. Especially, they'll be coming for me. So, we'll see. Well,
what are the tactics going to be then? Well, I mean, what's your plan of attack?
Just heads down, bum up, and just go hard, yeah.
I suppose you can't answer it any other way, can you? It's not like you can try and do anything tactically. It's just what you've got to race the fastest you can. Conditions out there. 25 degrees is the suggested peak by Met Service. It's going to be hot. What's it going to do for the kart and the setup? Is there going to be anything dramatic you've got to do to make that good or bad?
Not necessarily. I think just maybe tyre pressure. It's going to get hot out there, man. Like, especially on the grid, you build up a sweat. You're not even out on the track yet. So, it's going to be hot, but I got full faith in Dan Connor from Braga Karts and Z. He does just a mega job with me and the whole team. So, I've got confidence for this, yeah.
What sort of build-up have you had towards this race meeting, given that events have been a little bit off and on over the last 12 months? Have you had the seat time you've wanted?
We actually have. We've been out here a couple Wednesday and Fridays, just getting back into the swing of things. It was a bit rusty, of course, after coming back from racing for a long time. But just more laps the better, man. Like, just helps you driving out, and obviously just helps you get semi-good results just up the weekend.
Semi-good results. I think your qualifying is a pretty good result. What about the future? What's the next few months entail for you after this weekend?
I think we'll be going down to Christchurch to do the Nationals. I'm not sure if we're just doing Rotax Light or maybe even both, maybe like this weekend. We'll see. But that's definitely one of the biggest meetings of the year, definitely. So, it'll be good.
And what's the secret tyre pressure that none of the other drivers will be listening to that you can give them? Come on, give me the number.
100 PSI.
100 PSI, thanks for your time. That is Ryan. He's done a 28.882 here at the Spa and Pool City of SAILS Giltrap Group Raceway. Welcome back to the Giltrap Group Raceway here for the Pool and Spa City of SAILS. It's a wonderful day. It's a beautiful day outside, and the air conditioning in this room is fantastic, by the way. But out there, Aaron, in the heavies, at 25 degrees, it must be getting close to that. Look, congratulations. You're on pole for 3 heats, but the heat, it's got to be scorching, yeah?
Yeah, it's definitely draining. It's quite hard work knowing that you got to be on your toes the whole time. And it's Aaron Cunningham's a very good driver, so obviously it's not going to be easy, 3 heats as well as the pre-final and final the next day. But I'm looking forward to a challenge, and I look forward to giving it a crack.
Well, you've got to. I mean, up against the Cunningham, they know what they're doing, so that's great that you pipped them at the post. So now you've got to try and decide on your tactics. Is it going to be anything? You're going to change anything on the kart? You've done your tuning run. You've done qualifying. You know that it's getting hotter out there. Are you and the team looking at making any changes, or are you just going to stick with what you've got?
At the moment, we're not going to make any changes. The kart felt very nice going out in tuning run and in qualifying. I was very happy with the setup, and Ryan obviously did a very good job getting me the setup that I wanted, and obviously I did a good job for them, so hopefully I can pull it off in the heats and the final the next day.
I suppose it is a fine line, isn't it? You go out there, you do a run, and you say to yourself, is there anything more in the kart? Should we just tweak with the tyres? Should we just change the setup a little bit? Should we move a little offset here or there? And you got to debate that with the crew. Did you have that debate, or were you straight out of the kart going, this is us?
I was pretty much straight out the kart saying, leave it. I was obviously, as I was driving, I was trying to push it a bit more. I was like, I didn't want to just relax and okay, because I know Cunningham's a very good driver. So I was like, I'm not just going to relax here for like a lap or two. I was trying to push as much as I can. And obviously I made a couple mistakes coming off one, because I was just trying to push as much as I can, trying to get everything out of the kart and on the track as well.
I guess, though, having one pole or qualifying, and that gives you the pole for those 3 heats, it's the other drivers now who have to question, was it them or their kart? You don't have to do that.
Yeah, I know they're all very good drivers, so they're not just going to slack off. So I know they're going to try to do whatever they can to try to beat me, and I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure I stay up front and not let them catch me. And obviously I'm looking forward to it.
As I asked Ryan earlier, what sort of kart time has he had, seat time, driving over the last 12 months? Things have been on and off and difficult for people to plan. How's it been for you over the last 12 months of getting the seat time in the kart?
It's been a bit of a struggle. We've obviously been practicing as much as we can before doing any big meetings. So obviously last year when we came out of lockdown, we did a couple Hamilton practices, and then our first big meeting was that Gold Star down in Hawke's Bay, which was streamed. It's been a bit difficult with COVID, but obviously anything can happen, and I was just trying to get much seat time to be the best I can.
I suppose fairly everyone had the same dramas. Everyone has to choose and pick when they can or can't race, but now things seem to be easing up, fingers crossed. What's your future plans after this 2-day event? What are you going to head off and do?
I'm going to go back to work and try to get as much money before I go back to university, because I'm studying sports and rec at the moment. But obviously racing is my dream. I want to try pursue it a bit further, but I know it's not easy, obviously because of money and stuff. And my stepdad works very hard, and he's got his go-kart page working hard to make sure that I'm in the seat doing laps and doing what I love the most. So I can't thank him enough for it.
Let's just dwell on that before I let you go. Where do you want to head after the stepping stone of karting? Where's your brain going, that would be neat?
What would be neat would be going to NASCAR. That's my dream goal. Obviously, my driver was Jimmy Johnson, so that's why I have my kart number 48, because he was the 48 driver himself, so he's my big idol. But obviously, just got to take baby steps from there and work my way up to get to that next level. So it's not easy, but I'll do anything to hopefully get that opportunity one day.
Hey, at least you've got a future career goal in mind, and that's absolutely fantastic because, yeah, muscle is good. Stick with the V8s, mate. I'm loving your ideas. Good idea, mate.
Thank you. And thank you to Morky as well for sponsoring our class this weekend.
Beautiful. There we go. Aaron, he's winning the moment in the heavies. I mean, it's not like you couldn't tell. He's only a small fella, isn't he? More soon here from the Giltrap Group Raceway, Pool and Spa, City of SAILS. There's some things in life I enjoy a lot more than others. One of them is finding someone who is so close to my own height. I'm joined by Maxim Kerwin. And this fella here, he knows more about karting than I ever will. So he is the right person to talk us through here during our lunch break. North Island Cadet champion, now in the mini rocks. Son, you rock. You're having a good time out there, aren't you?
Sure am.
How'd you go in that qualifying session? Where'd you end up settling yourself in?
Fourth. I could have done a bit better with the draft than being with the pack. Just lost it on the first lap. Wasn't using my brain, but tried hard.
Okay then, so what's the game tactic for race? Because you got 3 heats, so you're fourth, so you'll be on the second row for all 3 heats. You do have to engage the brain now because you've got to make some moves. Are you having any pre-planned ideas, or are you just going to play it by the numbers and see what happens around you?
Few ideas. Get to the inside. There might be a gap. Get to inside. Squeeze P3 over the curb. Get around the outside. Get the run to 2, and yeah, off it goes.
You know P3's just heard that, eh?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I love the absolute confidence and pressure here. This is brilliant from Maxim. So, see, you're playing mind games, aren't you? You know how motorsport works.
Sure do.
Okay, who's your motorsport hero?
Michael Schumacher.
Really? I'm surprised at your age you'd even know who he was.
7-time world champion. Everyone knows that.
Is he? Do you think he's the GOAT?
Yeah.
Nah, mate. Ayrton Senna.
Michael.
Senna.
Michael.
Senna.
Michael.
This battle is not going to end well, and I suspect I'll lose it. We'll carry on talking karting. Okay, so you've done fourth. Not where you want it to be. Do you think it was a little bit more you, or do you have anything you can do to the kart, given the temperatures and the changes to the conditions that are going to happen out there?
No, nothing much. I think the kart's pretty much ready how it was.
So you got your crew. You've told them, this is how I want the kart. Make no changes. It's all me now.
Yep.
This is great, actually. It's good to have a driver know that, hey, I can't blame the crew. I can't blame the kart. I'm not going to blame the offsets, the tyre pressures, anything else. It's just me. That's actually a good thing. You realise that?
I do.
I'm loving this, fella. You can now. If things don't work out, I think you could have a path in commentary. What do you think about that?
Yeah, might. Yeah.
All right. No, I'd rather you stuck to karting because we like watching you out there. Okay, so you've got a whole bunch of karts around you. You're going to have to push P3 down onto the curb on the inside, but at the same time, if you're playing games there, people behind you are going to try and attack you. So you got no rear vision mirror. How do you do it?
Just go use your brain and see who's behind you. I'll know who's behind me on the grid, and we'll just go from there.
How's your setup been? How have you had enough practice time? Are you comfortable that you've had enough seat time building up to this event?
I've had enough seat time.
You done the Wednesdays and Friday practices? You've been out here all the time, haven't you?
I have.
Yeah, I could tell. What's next step then? After this weekend, where are you heading?
Not sure at the moment. We'll see after this event.
Okay, now last question. We know Michael Schumacher is your motorsport hero, but where are you going to head? He was Formula One, but is that where you want to go, or you've got a different pathway to the future ahead for you?
I want to go to Formula One, but I also like NASCAR, so I'm not sure which path to take, NASCAR or Formula One.
They couldn't be any more poles apart. I mean, talk about an eclectic choice. Yeah. Yeah, NASCAR or Formula One. That is how you keep the gates open, isn't it? So, sponsors, Maxim Kerwin, NASCAR, Formula One, here at Giltrap Group Raceway. It's the Pool and Spa, City of SAILS. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Giltrap Group Raceway for the Pool and Spa City of Sails. It's the two-day challenge, and we are lining up on the dummy grid to get ourselves underway for heat number 1, and that'll be kicked off by Super Metal Recycling Club Sport category. And I can tell you who did what now because I finally have it on a little screen in front of me. Card number 51, there's a famous number. Stephen Muggeridge is going to hold sway for all 3 heats with a 34.831. Card 17, Paul Hutchinson, a 35.108. That was his time. In fact, apart from the last one, everyone was in the 35s. Carl Brennan will be on 3rd with Matt Couch in 4. Card 78, Tony Bennett will be in position number 5 with 33, Mike McDowell in 6. Aaron French will be 7, and it is number 44, Frank Gilbert, bringing up the 4th row, position number 8, in last place for every single heat. We have 2 this afternoon, and it's roughly going to take us about 2 hours to get through each heat. So technically we should be good to go before our final curfew time at the racetrack. Like so many places around now, we have to deal with that. So they're just coming around for their final formation. Everyone will get themselves set. They need to get a wriggle on. Red lights still running. And Muggeridge will hold sway up front with his 34.8, giving him pole position for the entire weekend. Here is our formation now. All of the drivers coming in. 51 plays the game. 51 decides what happens. They have got themselves set through the infield. The first heat of our weekend of Pool and Spa, City of Sails, here at the Giltrap Group Raceway. Lining up through the chicanes, waiting for the go across the line. And we are not happy. We have still red lights, so we will formation yet again. No green flag. Or are we? No, still no green flag. No, making sure. So formation again. Doesn't seem to be the way they are playing it out. I don't think the front ones realised that's what it was. Probably, no, didn't quite realise. Will they be able to formation before we get to the start-finish line? Yes, we can. We will wait for the greens. The lights are still red. They are across the line. No, we will do an entire lap. Okay. So, this time, we wait. 51, Muggeridge will be out on pole. In the blue and white. Beside is 17, Paul Hutchinson. In the white helmet too, easy to see. Green helmet, white helmet. Out in front. Carl Brennan, Matt Couch, Tony Bennett, Mike McDowell, Aaron French and Frank Gilbert. They are the ones making up your Super Metal Recycling Club Sport category here. Giltrap Group Raceway. This time, will we get the green flag, the green lights, and will we get racing in heat number 1? 15 laps is the schedule for the entire afternoon. 2 heats for every class. 2 chances to make some points because points count towards your grid for the pre-final tomorrow. We have crossed the transition line and we are lights out. We are racing for the first time this weekend here at Giltrap Group Raceway, and they go in clean and tidy. No nudge, no budge. We are away. 51 leads the pack. Muggeridge, clean and simple. Doesn't have to do anything silly from now on. Just hold the race line and do the job. Hutchinson locks himself in behind number 17 to maintain second position. There is a gap starting to build already. Third is Brennan, Carl Brennan, car 27. In the club sport, remember these are restricted. These are the basic. This is the grassroots level for the adults wanting to play. Club sport karting. And there is 3 groups basically starting to format themselves. The first pass is coming in now. 27 Brennan is going to gain a spot going into the tight left-hander. Nice, simple move, but has a bit of a gap to try and make up. Hello, there is 13 laps left to do it, so it's not a big deal. But Muggeridge is still holding on. However, it's not going his own way. It's not like he's leaving the field. Hutchinson trying to catch up and trying to make a pass. Can he do it down the straight? He's got the inside line. No, he hasn't. He has to tuck in behind once again. Not close enough. They are so even, so equal, but the rest of them are well in behind. There's no chance of a pass going to happen. It's going to be a mistake. A mistake up front looks like the only way that a position change will happen. Muggeridge is doing 36.0s. Kart number 51, he's not as good as they go past the dummy grid pit area. That's where time is being lost and where Hutchinson catches up. Watch it next time around. Hutchinson in behind, stays there, loses a little bit of space around the hairpin. Doesn't make the ground again. Not even under braking. Second position, still a big gap. Now things start to change. This is where Hutchinson is just a little bit quicker. He's already closed up the gap, right in behind, but not close enough to do anything about it. So he needs to make more speed here through this front section of the circuit. If he wants to try and get some good time, he needs to make it up here on the infield. That's where he's got the pace. A little bit quicker through the slower segments of the circuit. They're down to the 35s, but it's not where they want to be, and now the gap is pulling out. So suddenly Muggeridge has managed to find a little bit more speed in the infield, and if he continues to do that, it'll be status quo. There'll be no passing unless a big mistake is made, but there is a battle down at the back. So here we go. This is going to be fun to watch because they are too wide going into the hairpin with one driver in behind saying, well, you guys make a mistake and I'll own you. It is McDowell, Bennett, Gilbert having their little battle for positions number 5, 6, and 7, and it's fun. It's fun to watch. Don't worry about the front stuff at the moment. That's just doing what it's doing. But back of the field, there's a good race down the inside, under brakes, tucks it in and makes the pass, and even waves to the competitor to say, thanks, mate. That was nice of you to let me by. They continue down, and there's a pass going to be returned serve. No, but it's good fun. He goes right up on the grass, looks around for another competitor, decides not to do anything too drastic and remains safely on the tarmac, but it did cost him a lot of time. And one is going into the pits, so we have lost a driver, but that's okay. We've still got them out there. But the battle now is 3rd and 4th position. We know way up front there is nothing happening in 1 and 2, but look at positions 3 and 4. That has suddenly changed. It is Couch ahead of Brennan. 32 Couch, 27 Brennan is going to try down the inside. Positions 3 and 4 is where the action is happening right now. We've got some racing there. The 2 up front are purely circulating at pace, but there is a battle for the podium, and not only that, a battle for points. Remembering that the points from all of the 3 heats will determine the grid for the pre-final tomorrow. Here comes 27 Brennan. Can he do it? He dives down the inside. They stay together. He goes up on the curb. They're still there. Pushed him out wide. Lost a bit of speed. Can't quite make it stick. Only halfway through the heat though. Plenty of time. Now he can play mind games. Brennan can play mind games on Couch, who is ahead of him in 3rd. Make him do some driving that he doesn't want to do. Force him into some pressure moves. He's very quick down the back sections. He's right there now. He's on the inside. He's got the slipstream. He should be able to make the stick. Push him out wide and hold position on the track. He puts him up on the curb, but still can't do it. Down on the inside, still not able to make it stick, but it's fun to watch. Matt Couch holding on to 3rd position by the skin of his teeth. Carl Brennan in fourth. We know way up front it's Muggeridge and Hutchinson. They're untouchable at the moment. But this race for the podium and a little bit of glory, just a tiny bit, but points are really important. Is he going to try it again? So now Couch doesn't let him go down the inside. He blocks the line. Very good driving. He's worked it out. He stays there. He knows that Brennan can't get around him. So here's Brennan right on the number again. They are front to tail, waiting for the mistake. Brennan's keeping the pressure on. He's clearly quicker, but he just can't find a way past. Here he goes now. Is he going to try down the inside? Yes, he is. He's going to push hard. He still doesn't have it. He knows he's quicker. Brennan in fourth place. Cart number 27. The black overalls. Doing everything he can, but it is brilliant racecraft by Couch to hold him off. It is fantastic defensive driving. He's not doing anything illegal. He's holding his racing lines, and he is forcing Brennan to do all the work. And he's not getting any gain for it. But he still has 4 laps remaining. As they cross the line, it should be counting on to lap number 12. It's a 15-lap race, so now he has to take some real tough decisions. He's trying the inside again. They hold side by side. This is a much better run. Can he keep it there? Can he keep it there and try around the outside? Just holding on, and then he'll get the inside line. He can't do it. So once again, he tries. He knows he's faster, but he just can't gain those nanoseconds to get around him. What a fun battle we're watching here for 3rd and 4th position. Up front, Muggeridge and Hutchinson, still 1 and 2. But 3 and 4 is where it is at right now. Here we go again. Brennan, inside. Has he got more of a line? Maybe he's just got to try 0 brakes. Absolutely no brakes and take the big gamble. He's on the inside this time, and he's down the infield, but he has to brake defensively because he was getting squeezed. He would have gone on the curbs. Oh, that was smart driving from Brennan. Saved himself a lot of trouble and a lot of anger in the pits. He knows he can do it, but he's only got 2 laps to try and make it happen. He's once again on the tailpipe. What is Couch going to do? Couch goes wide. Couch goes real wide, but he can't get through again on the inside. Brennan is trying. Oh, they give each other a fist bump. They had an absolute ball there. Something went wrong. Something happened. The red flag is out, the checkered flag. So I've got a feeling either my timing's a little bit out or they have shortened it by a lap. But they tried, and they had a fist bump at the end of it. Absolutely brilliant. Muggeridge easily cleaned up the race. Hutchinson in 2nd. Couch was 3rd. He did complete it, and I love the sportsmanship at the end of the race. Brennan was 4th. McDowell is 5. Bennett 6. French was 7. And Frank Gilbert was 8th. Okay, so we are going to get underway with our Strata Networks Cadet Rock next, the 6 to 10-year-olds, for their first heat of the weekend. Don't forget, Kartsport Auckland also has an app. You can find it in both your Android and Apple stores. Kartsport has an app, and it gives you news and information, photo galleries, all sorts of stuff. It's very good. It's very clever. So go download it, and if you are watching live on our live stream, please do subscribe and all that stuff, you know, liking the pages, etc., as we do this trial run of a live streaming event from the Giltrap Group Raceway, the Pool and Spa City of SAILS event. It is our 2-day karting challenge. And as they leave the dummy grid, they are ready to go, and they will warm up their tyres and do a formation. This is the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. And they're already hitting. They're already touching each other during the warm-up laps. Well, that's not a good thing. So these youngsters just need to calm themselves a little bit and understand that everyone has the same opportunity and rights to warm up their tyres and swerve around the track, so don't get in the way. It's just what it is. It's all part of the learning curve, isn't it? It's all part of the stepping stone of motorsport. Working out where they've got to be, working out their placements, getting themselves ready to go for their formation lap, lining themselves up. I think there's a little bit of confusion up front as who should be where. They'll sort it. Won't take them long. There we go. Everyone's in a position. And Zach Hemphill will lead the pack away from Seth Comer. Henry Fisher and Lucas Bell will be on the second row. Jackson Culver, Atto Bailey will be on the third row. Luke McMillan, Braden Watson, fourth row. Aston Walker and Blake Kendall will make up row number 5. Indy Irwin, Riley Tombleson and Harrison Cunningham are your remainders for 11, 12 and 13. They come past the pits. The final look from their crews, their parents, their friends, their family. The fingers are crossed. They get the cheer on, ready to go in their heat number 1 here. The Strata Networks, Cadet Rock. They are lined up. Everything looks good so far. The officials should be happy and they should be able to turn off the lights and let them go racing. They do. They are underway for 15 laps here at heat number 1. For the Strata Networks, Cadet Rock, they take a good line. There's some evasive action up on the curves, up on the grass. Lost a lot of positions. Number 26, Lucas Bell, has dropped from 4th way down in the points. Now remember, because of the qualifying way it works, still starts 4th in the next couple of heats, but loses valuable points if gets knocked back like that. So Lucas Bell will need to move up the field to gain back those points. It's a seriously large amount, and they all add up for your grid determination in the pre-final tomorrow. At the moment, Zach, kart number 85, untouched. Running away with it while everyone else fights in behind. 50, SI, Jackson Culver. 78, Seth Comer. 76, Luke McMillan. Atto Bailey has moved up into 5th. Indy Irwin, great run up into 6th position. That is a really good position change. That is fantastic. So now we've got a good battle for 2nd and 3rd. A pass being tried to made down the inside, doesn't make it stick. So 2, 3, 4 and 5 is a great race so far, and we're only in the first lap of the race. The leader is just shooting away while the rest of them have to battle each other, and that is good for Zach up front in kart number 85. The more that they fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th positions, the further ahead he will get in the field. It's a nice, tight group. 2, 3, 4 and 5 starting to settle themselves in and decide whether they make early passes or go for some tactics and just settle in with some racecraft. Down the field, Aston Walker has moved up to 6. Lucas Bell is 7. Braden Watson is 8. Indy Irwin has dropped down, so I don't know what's happened there. Moved up, moved down, but could have been transponder. Now here comes the fight for 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Here they go. Drag race, side by side. Jackson Culver trying to go round the outside of Seth Comer in 78. This is great stuff. Now, position number 1 is truly done and dusted at this stage, save from a mistake and any, well, just basically incorrect driving or malfunctions, but that is a runaway. Now the fight, though, is 2, 3, 4 and 5. However, that gap, all of a sudden, within 1 lap, has just started to split itself off. Seth Comer has moved up into second. Jackson Culver down now into third. Luke McMillan is 4. Atto Bailey is 5. Further down the field, it's Aston Walker, Lucas Bell, Henry Fisher, Braden Watson, Indy Irwin, Riley Tumbleson, Blake Kendall, Harrington Cunningham. Going round, learning the craft, learning the art. Up front, Zach Hemphill. Definitely leading the race. No argument about that. Seth Comer doing a great job now, holding in second. And starting to pull a little gap, cart number 78, which is great. SI, South Island, Jackson Culver, doing everything possible, streamlining, ducking the helmet down behind the fairing on the front to try and get a little bit more speed down the straights. But it's just not working out. The gap is starting to pull away. We are in lap number 5 of 15. Although the previous one was 14, we might have dropped down to 14. We might have killed a lap per heat to make up some time today. I'll try and get the officials on that for you to confirm yes or no. Not that it matters to us really, does it? The fact is we get to watch some cool karting going on. Still Zach, still Seth Comer, still Jackson Culver. There is a small battle now happening between Luke McMillan and Atto Bailey in 4 and 5. This is for points. Really important. Positions 4 and 5. Yep, we've got a race happening now. This is good stuff as they come past the start-finish line. One playing defensive, one playing attacking. 76 is out ahead. Luke McMillan. 95, Atto Bailey trying to come up with a game plan to get around the outside or the inside. It is lap 7. Running out of time to make a move, to make a decision on what to do. Got to gain the ground back, gains it under braking, loses it on exit speed. So this is development time now, time to think about what's going wrong and make a change. Up front, Hemphill leading, storming away, not even touched. Seth Comer in second. Jackson Culver in third. Clean pair of heels for those 3 front drivers. The points battle now is number 4 and 5. McMillan versus Bailey. McMillan holding sway. Bailey trying everything. 8 laps down. So close now to trying another shot at it. Staying on the tailpipe. Here we go, down the inside. Number Atto, 95, has a look, doesn't. Backs out. Not quite. Close. Puts the pressure on though. McMillan knows now. Knows that he's close. McMillan will have to make a change. Making sure the door isn't opened again because it was on that run. Down the start-finish straight. Close enough for another shot? Not really. Not unless under brakes. Gets very close, but still, no, there is a gap. It's not going to happen. Hemphill still leads the race ahead of Comer. Culver. Interesting, though. Position 3, Jackson Culver. Looks like he is losing a little bit of pace and allowing the others to catch up. So something's not quite gelling in the final laps of this race. 10 have gone by now. Hemphill, Comer, Culver, McMillan, Bailey, Walker, Fisher. Bell has dropped another spot. That is not a good run for Lucas Bell. Started in 4th, if my memory banks were right. Now positioned 8th. Valuable points gone. Going to have to do a little bit of thinking, but there is some racing going on. 85, what has happened? Because things have just switched up dramatically here. Absolutely, I was looking at the wrong end of the circuit. Zach Hemphill was on his own. I've got to wait and see what happens when they come past the start-finish line because I think there's been some major changes here. Yeah, there is. Zach Hemphill is not running away with this race. The kart is coming right for Seth Comer at the very end of it. 78 has a real chance to take the lead on this race as they go through the infield and head into the pit area. They come around the tight, duck down a little bit, past the dummy grid. And now things have dramatically changed up front. Hemphill had a massive gap. Now there is absolutely nothing in it. Absolutely nothing, and might even lose it here. Coma thinks about an inside run, but pulls back in behind. They go around the hairpin. 13 laps down. Could a position change happen here? Hemphill needs to hold on, but there is nothing left in the tank. Has there been a setup decision made? Has the kart worn itself away in the 15 laps? Coma right on the tailpipe. Dialed the kart in for the last segments of the race. Has another think about the inside. All over the driver. Inside, outside, still in behind. As they go through now, 14 laps down, a little tiny gap was pulled out. 2 kart lengths. That's all that's needed. Ducks down in, gets the head down, tries to get the slipstream going on their own. They're catching up to the tail ender, but I don't think it'll play a part in this race in the final segments. Heat number 1, Hemphill only just grasping with his fingernails to lead the race ahead of Seth Coma. But maybe I was wrong, because the tail marker might play a part in this. Sticks out wide. The checkered flag is flowing and wasn't able to do it, but what a stunning race. What amazing race by the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. That was some brilliant stuff going on. It was a win in the end for Zach Hemphill. The 15 laps were completed. Seth Coma was in second, but geez, another couple of laps might have had an opportunity, and actually if they had caught the tail ender, it might have come even sooner. Jackson Culver was in third. Aston Walker 4, Luke McMillan 5, Addo Bailey 6. Henry Fisher in 7 with Lucas Bell in 8. Braden Watson, Riley Tombleson, Indy Irwin down in 11. Blake Kendall and Harrison Cunningham wrapping up your 13 positions. Up next will be the Praga Kart New Zealand Rotax Light. Okay, we're underway again for heat number 1. This time it is the Praga Karts New Zealand Rotax Lights. And I'll just wait for my data to come on board so I can tell you exactly who is doing what. Heat number 1, and I can tell you that the order will be Zach Stitchbury, according to my charts, will be on pole position beside Rihanna, O'Meara, Hunt, Ryan Crombie and Clay Osborne will bring in positions number 3 and 4, which makes up your 2 front rows. Liam Lawson will start from 5 with Finn Osborne beside in 6, Darren Walker, Campbell Joyce, Dylan Grant and Josh Richmond in 10. I'll go through the rest of the competitors as we get racing underway. This is the Praga Karts Rotax lights. Formation lap sorted. Everything looks good. Waiting for the officials to give the call. Lights are out. We are racing. Heat number 1, 15 laps at Giltrap Group Raceway for the Pool and Spa City of SAILS. And this is Praga Karts New Zealand Rotax lights. And already they are flying away. There's a battle in the middle, but we won't worry about that just yet. We'll let that settle in. We'll focus up front to see who is changing positions, who has gained, and who has lost. It was Zach and Rihanna, 1 and 2 in karts 72 and 6. But Rihanna has lost a lot of positions according to my charts. Way down in 5th, lost 4 spots. This is not great. Zach Stitchbury, Ryan Crombie. Liam Lawson has moved up to 3rd. Clay Osborne in 4th. Rihanna down to 5. George Sampson in 6. Zane Hills moved up to 7. Hunter Robin 8. Michael McCulloch in 9. So a massive change there for Rihanna. She needs to gain some points back, but knows that in heat number 2 will still be on the front row. Stitchbury. Hang on, major changes still going on according to my timing charts because Ryan Crombie, yes he has, moved all the way up into the front. Liam Lawson right in behind in 2nd position. Clay Osborne in 3rd. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt is up to 4th because Zach Stitchbury has dropped down to 5th position, losing 4 spots. I'll double check as they come past our room. Yes, indeed, it is true. Stitchbury losing valuable positions. Crombie leading. Lawson 2nd. Clay Osborne in 3rd. Rihanna in 4th. Stitchbury 5. Sampson, Hills, McCulloch, Joyce and Hunter Robb in your 10. The battle at the moment is mixed. There is a fight up front and there is a fight for positions 10 and onwards. Just sticking to the front pack at the moment because it is pretty tight and feisty. Ryan Crombie still holding sway over Liam Lawson, who is currently 2nd, and there could be another position change coming. Tried really hard to Clay Osborne around the inside. Couldn't make it stick, but he's right there. The pressure is immense on Crombie. Crombie is doing everything possible to hold off, but gee, trying to hold off for another 12 laps is not going to be easy. Crombie's still got it though. It's Crombie over Lawson. Osborne. It's a great fight. Position, here comes a change. Goes down the inside, does Clay Osborne. He makes it stick. Heavy under brakes, takes the inside running, grabs position number 2. Slots down Liam Lawson, who will not be happy. No, Liam's up front. My apologies, Liam has gone right up front. And we had a switch out of my eyeballs that I did not see. Let's double check as they cross the start-finish line again. Double check our numbers. Kart 30 is Liam Lawson out in front. Crombie is now in 2nd. Clay Osborne is 3rd. And Rihanna is in 4th. So that's a good run. But it has chopped and changed up the front. 6 laps down. 6 hectic laps. 29s we're in. They are breaking into the 29s in race pace with Liam Lawson holding sway out front. And looks like could walk away with this. Lawson, Osborne moving up. Crombie, O'Meara Hunt, Stitchbury still down in 5 after taking pole and leading the pack, down in 5. Sampson is 6, Hills, McCulloch, Joyce and Osborne. We'll keep a focus on front. There's not a lot of changes going on midfield or back of the pack. Down the very end, there's 1 or 2 changes happening. But up front, this battle is now starting to get very tight for 2, 3, and 4. Liam Lawson has dialed himself in. He's got himself into where he wants to be, leading the field and underway. But now there could be another change coming because Crombie is suddenly under pressure. Rihanna is making a comeback, a massive one. After going from 2nd down to 5th, is now back up into 3rd position. That could be one of the drives of the race so far, to lose all that time off the start and make it all back. Let's keep an eye on it. A real close eye on it. Cart number 6 in 3rd position. This is where you should focus your eyeballs right now. Looks over the left shoulder, no one there. Thinks about diving down the inside. That's not going to happen. But the pressure's there. Crombie has got a lot of work to do. Holding second, but could lose it with a blink of an eye. O'Meara Hunt in 3rd, hunting down. Really close now. As I said, Rihanna was 2nd, was on the front row, dropped down to 5th position, now in 3rd again, and really quick. Even thought about a little dive down the inside, but the door was closed by Crombie. 10 laps down. There's a good field and a good battle happening in the mid-pack, but it's not going to affect the points up front. Some changes. Osborne goes up to 8, Richmond 9. Skeets into 10 now. So that's a good change, but up front, the 1, 2, 3, Lawson, Crombie, O'Meara Hunt. Here we go, another chance. Rihanna thinks about it, but Crombie knows. Shuts the door again. Stays out wide and then just closes it. It's almost like it's a mind game. Liam Lawson doesn't mind. While they fight behind, it keeps them behind. Here we go. Rihanna's faster. No doubt about it. Cart in 3rd position, number 6. Way quicker, thinks about the inside. Heavy under brakes, they make contact. They've had a hustle, they've had a bustle, and there's a push. Ryan Crombie loses a spot. Wow, wheel to wheel around the hairpin, and she muscled and elbowed and pushed her way back into 2nd position. So now the battle unfolds, and as I said, Liam Lawson doesn't care, because look at the gap it's created. It slowed everyone else down. So the timing board will show Liam Lawson, O'Meara Hunt, Crombie down now to 3rd position. Stitchbury's gained back into 4th. But it is tight. And now the fight has become between Crombie and Stitchbury. Does Crombie have a problem, or does he just need to settle himself back into a race condition, race mode? Okay, things look settled now. It's a little bit hectic in the last race. 13 down. This should be 14 of the 15 for heat number 1 in the Praga Karts, New Zealand. Rotax lights. Liam Lawson walking away with this. Should be the final lap board. O'Meara Hunt back into 2nd, where the race was started. So lost a lot, gained a huge amount to get around those drivers. That is a great drive, and the checkered flag has flown. It will be Lawson and Hunt. What a great drive by those two. Crombie, okay, points are points, in 3rd. Stitchbury won't be happy, down in 4th position. Sampson will be 5. 6 is Michael McCulloch. Zane Hills in 7 with Josh Richmond in 8. Finn Osborne, Dylan Grant make up your 10. Then it is Skeets, Casey Lett in 12. Roman Harker Ferguson 13. Hunter Robb, Ian Smith, Emily Robb, Satchith Rangatunga in 17. Kawamia Thompson in 18. Josh McDonald, Blair Holdham, Heather Comer and Sonny Bill Hardwood wrap up 22. And I'm not seeing any results for a handful of the other competitors still down there. So that's the end of a very exciting Praga Karts New Zealand Rotax Light. Coming up next will be Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy. There's a few karts just, stuck out there all over the place. Once we collect those, we'll go racing again in Heat 1. Back soon here from Giltrap Group Raceway. We get ourselves set for another heat here, the Giltrap Group Raceway, Paul and Spa, City of SAILS. It's our 2-day karting challenge. Look at them winding up. Aaron up there at the moment, who held qualifying. He got that. So he gets the pleasure of leading this pack away. But there's only 6 of them, which means that if you start last, you're not too far behind. I suppose you've got to take some kind of positivity out of not qualifying fastest. That's the way to do it, though. So we are into our Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy. What does that mean? It means 185 kilograms cart and driver. 185. Get the power to weight ratio going. Plenty of traction on the wheels. They won't have a problem with sliding. Get themselves into formation for their 15 laps, and they'll punch this through. Tahu ahead of Aaron Cunningham. That's going to be a great battle. Craig Cook in 3rd, Matthew McBride in 4th, Brendan Hart in 5, and Brandon Dawson, position number 6, which is, as you can see, row 3. Not too much ground to make up to try and get the pole position. Formation, waiting on the officials. The lights are still red. And they're off, and we are racing. And Aaron Tahu will hold on to position number 1 because, well, he was on the inside, but he is already being pressured. 72 is getting held up, which is Cunningham. McBride thought he could have a crack at it because he had a good start, and he does. Down the inside. Wow. Talk about a move. Punching his way through, and Cunningham will not be happy. Not at all. So he will try and make some ground back on that one. Tahu leading out. What a great run from Matthew McBride. He has moved himself into 2nd position. Like I said, you might be on the 3rd row, but it doesn't matter because everyone is right there and beside you. And he was aggressive to take 2nd position. And Aaron will love this out in front because there was a little mistake there from McBride on the infield. It held up Cunningham, and Cunningham will have to stay calm. If he starts to get a little bit heated inside that helmet, he'll make the mistakes. He can't do that. He's experienced. He knows what to do. He just has to bide his time. Wait for a mistake from McBride, who is loose and wild at the moment. And I'm loving every second of it. Tahu. Yeah, McBride is not good as he goes through the infield. That's where he's costing him time. Cunningham is quicker, but can't get around. There's just no place to pass. Tahu out in front. McBride doing everything to stay ahead of Cunningham. He can't really chase Tahu down at the moment because he's got Cunningham all over him. And he's twitching and wobbling as he goes into the hairpin. Here again, you watch Cunningham and 72 come right in close under brakes. Much smoother under the brakes and the exit. Definitely faster through the infield, but can't do anything about it. McBride pulls away as they go past the dummy grid zone into the chicanes. But Cunningham not close enough to make a pass stick. And again, sideways by McBride. He is loose and wild as he goes around the hairpin. He won't be able to keep doing that for 14 laps because Cunningham will own him, and Cunningham is already looking. He's probably worked it out. But he's just got to be in the right position to make things happen. Tahu doesn't care. He is gone skis. All out on his own. One of the carts got halted. And was that McBride? Yes, it was. Oh, no. He's gone from 2nd to nothing. Cunningham, by default, gets back into 2nd position, and that was proving itself to be a fantastic race, and he's underway again. Oh, what a shame for Matthew McBride. Goes from 2nd to last. The heartbreaks of motorsport. Cook is in 3rd. Hart is in 4th. Dawson now in 5. And McBride can do nothing but circulate around and think about what could have been. Aaron Tahu, well out in front. Cunningham, well, he does have enough time. We're only into lap number 6. It's not like he can't do it. It's just he's really going to need Aaron to make a mistake in front of him, his namesake. The 2 Aarons leading the race. But Tahu is certainly smooth. In the interview earlier today, he said, well, he wants to go to NASCAR. Well, he's racing in the Rotax Heavies. That's a good start. Looks over his right shoulder just to see if anyone's close, but they're not. It's a big gap now. Cunningham has to rely on a mistake. Same with Cook in third position. He wants Cunningham to make a mistake because every driver is now settled into their rhythm. And unless that rhythm changes, there won't be any positional swaps going on. Tahu, Cunningham, Cook, Hart and Dawson. No McBride out of the race after a stunning start. He had moved himself right into second position. He muscled Cunningham out of the way, and I don't know if Cunningham was ever going to have the chance to get around him, but McBride was going sideways on the hairpin, and maybe he just went a little bit hard too early and did something to the kart. And now the gap is starting to expand. Tahu's going faster around here. Best lap time of 30.6. Cunningham 30.8. Craig Cook 30.9. Hart is a 30.9 as well, and so is Dawson, and in fact, so is McBride. So positions 3, 4, 5, and 6, they're all circulating at the same time, but it's not enough. It's not enough to catch Tahu or Cunningham, who are both circulating their best laps in the 30.6s. Tahu is still doing it with a 30.66, while Cunningham is a 30.74. That time around, Cunningham was faster. Not bad at all, but just not enough. We've clocked up 10 laps now, clocking down to 15 for this heat. Tahu, Cunningham and Cook, they've just got to roll by the numbers now. Get themselves into the zone, make 0 mistakes. Job done and dusted. Clock in the points. And then do it again this afternoon as they get themselves ready and clock in the points for the pre-finals tomorrow. Milwaukee Tools, Rotax Heavy. Rolling the numbers through. Tahu, Cunningham, Cook. Still fast, still circulating at speed. Definitely not much in the way of racing going on at the moment, but that's because they're all doing their job perfectly well. 12 down, 3 to go. Kart 48, Tahu. 72, Cunningham. 45, Cook. 69, Hart. 9, Dawson. And 24, McBride. The only possible change now might be Hart catching Cook with 3 laps to go to take third position away, but he's really got to hope for a mistake from Craig Cook. He doesn't seem to be making any at the moment. He's quite smooth. He's using the curbs nicely. Watching him break into the hairpin. Oh, he's a little bit sideways, and he's losing his exit speed, but I think with 2 laps remaining, he can afford to do that and know that it's not going to cost him too much in regards to track time. Still Tahu, we know that. Still Cunningham as well, and Cook. Cook just got to stay clean. Here he comes past the start-finish line, is it? And the checkered flag has flown. Yes, it has. And it's Tahu, Cunningham and Cook with Hart, Dawson, McBride and a DNF. Milwaukee Tools, Rotax Heavy up next. Manson's TCLM Mini Rock. Time for the Mansons TCLM Vortex Mini Rock, the 9 to 13-year-olds. This will be fun. The last one was. So was the one before that. In fact, it's been a great day so far here at the Pool and Spa City of SAILS. Giltrap Group Raceway. The sun is baking down. And as we look at our field, I can give you a rundown on the grids. Kart 38 will have pole position. Cole Turney ahead of Marco Manson, 69. Zach Tucker, South Island. SI will be in third with Maxim Kerwin, the young chap that I had a chat to at lunchtime. Kart number 4 in position, number 4. And keep an eye on him because he said his tactics are clear. He is going to push Zach Tucker to the curb. He wants P3. He's going to put pressure on. He was straight up about it. He knew what he wanted to do at 10 years old. He already knew his race tactics. Carson Daly will be in 5th. James McDonald in 6th. Matthew Johnson 7. Ian Lala is 8. Dylan Brangwin is 9. Levi McMillan is 10. We'll go through the rest of them. We are still under red in formation. They'll settle themselves in. Edmondson is 11. Zhao is 12. Baker 13. White 14. Finnemore 15. Inslee 16. Forrest 17. Bryant 18. In 19th is Tumbleson. 20 is Logan Hayes. 21 Nixon Frost. 22 Jasmine Alders. But up front, Cole Turney will lead the pack with Marco Manson beside. The Mansons TCLM Vortex Mini Rock. They come around their final formation lap. Wait for the officials to give the approval. We watch the light board. We hear the carts. The lights are gone. The carts are gone. And we are into turn number 1. There's been a tussle. Up onto the grass. Gets knocked out. And here we go. Well, the first punch-up happened straight into turn number 1. And it was Zach Tucker from 3rd position who is going to be last. And I don't know if his kart's going to be good. He's going to tweak it a little bit just to get a feel for it. And he's continuing on, so he's quite happy with the kart. So he got muscled out of the race as they come around for the first time in this heat number 1 in the Mansons Vortex Mini Rock. Cole Turney leads the pack ahead of Marco Manson. But hang on. No, that is incorrect. It looks like Marco Manson has taken the lead ahead of Cole Turney. Yes, he has. With Carson Daly moving up. Levi McMillan moving up. Maxim Kerwin has dropped down into 5th. So that tactic didn't work. And I do have to wonder, I'd love a replay if that was part of the issue. Because 4 said 3 was in the sights before the race. Who knows? Anyway, there is a good fight up front because a battle is ensuing for positions 1 and 2, while the rest of them scrap it out and behind. We'll get to them in a minute. But up front, Manson and Turney. Manson and Turney. Daly on own in 3rd position. Kerwin in 4. Levi McMillan in 5, with James McDonald 6 and Inslee in 7. But look at this good little fight for the lead of the race. Manson still holding on, just heavy under braking. Cole Turney's trying something different to keep the speed up. Just takes the exit turn a little bit faster, gains some time, but isn't close enough to do anything about it. Gives a little bump, but no run. Here we go, through the infield. Another tight turn as they go past the dummy grid zone. And definitely Turney is quick in 2nd position. Manson, no answer at the moment. Turney is faster but can't get around. Slipstreams as they go into the hairpin. Very good driving by both of these karters as they go through, and it couldn't be any closer. The bump and run was almost a goer there, but you got to be careful. Turney is quick. Turney wants the spot back with Manson in the lead. As I run down the order, we'll keep an eye on up front. But Daly is third. Kerwin has moved back into fourth. McMillan is 5. McDonald is 6. Inslee 7. Johnson is 8. Brangwyn is 9. And Lala is in 10. The battle's still going up front. Cole Turney, definitely faster, but can't do anything about it. Carson Daly, all on the lonesome. Trail blazing by themselves. A bit of a battle at the back of the field on the hairpin. Little coming together. A little bit of dust, but no problem. Back on the racing. And into it again. Up front, these two are starting to run away with it. And I'll try and keep an eye on the front for you as well as positions 4, 5, 6, and then another battle back for some lower points, but very important points with 3 heats coming, or 2 remaining in those 3 heats combined. Your points set your grid for the pre-final on Sunday. Every spot is important. I look up front. And I watch the fight between Manson and Turney. And it is good. Turney is quick. But Manson has got great racecraft going on right now to try and hold off the fight. Another bump and run. Another push. Another shove. Just to say, here I am. There's a good fight. 5, 6, and 7. Just further back in the field. I'm trying to watch 2 things at once for you and keep you up to date with what's going on. Up front. This is awesome. Fantastic racing. But positions 5, 6, and 7 is also going to be a good scrap. Turney once again faster out of the turn. Pressure on the straight. The position changes have happened further back. And everyone started to spread themselves out. So now the fight remains really for positions 1 and 2. It is clear. It is a motorway of distance between 2nd and 3rd, 3rd and 4th, 4th and 5th. There is nothing for those guys to worry about but circulate around at pace. The fight is for the lead and for positions 5 and 6. That is the real battle going on at the moment. Further down in the field, some other drivers are making some moves up and down. Lala's gone up to 9th. McMillan down to 8th. Bragwin up into 7. Johnson up into 5th. So good for them. Valuable points for those who are moving and shaking. And I'm just watching position. As you can see it on the camera, 1 and 2 is a good fight. But we'll hold the camera there because coming through in 5 and 6 is going to be a position change. It looks like it's finally happened. Cart number 90, is it? I'm just trying to see. Yes, McDonald has gone around the outside, so that's going to be a dramatic change. So good points. A switch out between Johnson and McDonald in 5 and 6. Up front, though, still Manson and Turney. We know there's other fights going on, but this one is quite epic, isn't it? Turney just looks quicker, but can't do anything about it. We've seen it all day in other categories so far as well. You've just got that one cart who knows they could do it when it comes to sheer pace, but they can't get around. Racecraft is needed. This is where tactics come into play. We're in lap 11 of 15. Turney has got to try something different. If Turney wants to get around, Manson has to try something different. A different braking position, a different racing line. Here we go, down the straight again. Same old, but here's the thing. Manson is not letting him do it. Manson is holding a beautiful race line. Marco Manson still holding the race. Lap 12 down. Turney is fast out of the hairpin on the front and back straights and actually gives Manson a tap, but can't do anything more than just that and saying, here I am. Another change further back in the field for 5, 6, and 7. Nothing too dramatic. But these two front runners are going to start catching the ones at the back who ended up having a little bit of a tussle a couple of laps ago. That's going to cause them a problem. But we've got a red flag out, and we've got flags waving, and I'm not sure why. I'm trying to see it. Oh, it's a Carter down over by the dummy grid area. And so it is a red flag. Yes, someone is into the wall. And so we will take a little breather while they clean up the track and settle that down. And we'll be back with you real soon here at Giltrap Group Raceway, Pool and Spa, City of Sails. Welcome back. It is time for the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2. I can tell you that both karters from the incident in the previous race walked away, so they are good. The karts are back in the pits. Drivers are fine and hope to see them out in the next heat. But this is the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2. 173 kilo, 2-speed paddle shift. And let's hope we have no more incidents in this one. I mean, incidents are exciting and dramatic, but we don't want them. But we know those other two karters will be good to go as we are here with the DD2. The formation was good. The officials said rip into it. And Liam Lawson leads the pack away. This is his second category. He's racing him this weekend. Crombie in second. Watch them come around. See who is going to make any dramatic changes. Crombie still holds second with Jason Lee in third position. Craig Cook is in fourth. Darren Walker is 5. Ryan Nowacki is 6. Dwayne Smith is 7. Mike Barry has moved up into 8. Dropped Ericsson down into 9. And Daniel Mayle has moved down as well into 10. Ross Carlson has made a position change up into 11, with Cameron Dennis dropping down into 12. Claxton, Martin and Wakefield make up the final numbers in this race. But at this stage, Liam Lawson still holds the pack. Circulating in the mid-29s, Ryan Crombie doing everything he can to stay with him, and then we'll try and push for a pass. We know what Liam Lawson is off to do in his career, but it doesn't mean he's infallible. He can be passed. He still can be beaten. Crombie would love to be the one to do it here, with Jason Lee in third position, just starting to make a move now down the inside, but he doesn't hold it. He tried, he thought about it, and he might have, because he got a great exit speed. Oh, and he got squashed and squeezed down on the inside. Lee was definitely faster. Definitely got the exit speed coming down the straight, but couldn't do anything about it. So settle in, have another go at it. Unfortunately, they gapped themselves a little bit here, and they won't be close enough to try it again. But it is still Lawson, Crombie, Lee, Cook, Walker, Nowalki, Smith, Ericsson moving up again ahead of Barry, and Mayle making up your top 10. No real passing happening down in the field. Up front is where the battle is yet again. The top 5 are fighting for glory. Lawson and Crombie out front, but the gaps are pretty big now. The change might be in positions number 4 and 5, with Craig Cook trying to hold off Darren Walker, kart 16 and 14. Blue overalls, black helmet, position number 4. Black overalls, white helmet, position number 5. That's where a good race is starting to happen. And he nearly made it as they came out of the turn. They come through the chicanes now. Still not enough. Out front, it's Lawson, Crombie and Lee. Cook and Walker trying to make a change in a battle for positions 4 and 5. He tries, he looks, he thinks about it down the inside, does Cook. And then decides, no, that's not a smart idea. And now the gap is starting to open up a little bit as well, but it's actually closed up front. Now here's an interesting thing. The battle between Lawson and Crombie has tightened right up. Now this will play into the hands of Lee once again, because if Lawson and Crombie start to mess around with each other, Jason Lee could sneak in and get some glory points here in heat number 1. For the Glen Eden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2 category, Liam Lawson still holding sway, doing a good job out front, but now the pressure is starting to climb. The pressure is coming because Crombie is right there. Here he goes. He just sneaks a little look down the inside, but there's nothing going to happen there. But once again, Jason Lee will be wanting that to happen. Jason Lee will be hoping that they fight like crazy up front, because it's going to let him through. And he's actually closed the gap again. Here we go. Jason Lee is all over Crombie right now. Crombie has no choice but to take the centre line on the track. He has to play defensive. He can't attack anymore. Takes a wide and then an inside line. He takes up every bit of tarmac he can. He's got two jobs to do. He's got to keep Liam Lawson within fighting distance, but he's got to hold off Jason Lee while he's doing it. 10 laps down. They come across the start-finish line. There is still some battles going on further back, but the big race at the moment is up the front with Liam Lawson holding on, doing enough to stay in front, but he's just not as quick through that centre section as Crombie. Crombie is close. Lee will be loving this yet again. And then they drag race out once more. No position changes, but certainly a lot of pressure is starting to flow. 11 down. Still Lawson, Crombie, Lee, Walker, Cook in your 5. Nowaki, Ericsson, Smith, Barry, and Mail make your top 10. Dennis, Claxton, Martin, Carlson, and Wakefield wrap up your final 5. And there is actually a good fight at the very last position. They're actually having a good fight amongst themselves, Carlson and Wakefield, down the very back of the field. So they're enjoying themselves, but up front again, it is still Liam Lawson, Ryan Crombie, and Jason Lee. Fantastic racing right now. Lee is certainly close enough. If he can somehow put some pressure on with only a couple of laps remaining, he has the opportunity here to get some extra points in this heat. As I said earlier, the points from the 3 heats determine your grid for the pre-final. So every position is important for the pre-final. More than just bragging rights. It gets you further up the grid. Lawson holding on, but gee, I'd say only just, but just is enough. It's all you've got to do. He's got the cart under control. There's no sliding. There's no excessive braking. He's doing just enough to stay in front and stay in front of Ryan Crombie. The gap has started to move back again now. It's opened up for Lee. He can only sit back and hope that these two start fighting once again. Now, with only 1 lap remaining, no, it just won't play a part. I was looking at the back markers. All it'll do is slow them all down. But they'll get through cleanly. They did, not a problem. No position changes. The flag should fly. The checkered flag is going down. Liam Lawson will win ahead of Crombie and Lee, with Darren Walker and Craig Cook making up your top 5. The rest of the field will come through with Ericsson in 7. Should be no change for Dwayne Smith in 8. Mail in 9. Mike Barry crosses in 10th spot. With Cameron Dennis in 11. Gary Claxton in 12. Sam Martin will be 13. Wakefield 14. And that wraps up the heat number 1 for the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2 class. Up next will be West Speed Motorsport KZ2 here at the Pool and Spa City of SAILS, racing at Giltrap Group Raceway. We are well and truly on time here at the Pool and Spa, City of Sails and the Giltrap Group Raceway. We get ourselves all psyched up now because it's time to have the KZ2s brought to you by West Speed Motorsport. I know what you're thinking. I'm thinking it too. Yeah. It's time to see some great racing. Well, in fact, it's not like we haven't had any all day so far. The heats have been awesome. They really have. But it's time for those who like to fiddle with the paddles to have their crack at this. 175 kg, 1255 speed. Graham Smythe will lead the pack ahead of Joshua Parkinson with Kinsman in third. Regan Hall in 4. Daniel Bugler is 5. Nathan Krang will be in 6. Declan Goffin in 7. Michael Adolph in 8. Row 5 will be David Malcolm in 9. Callum Armstrong in 10 with Connor Wilson down in 11 and Kevin Storr beside in 12. 13 is Luke Thompson. 14 Henry Galb. 15 will be Andrew Hunt with 16 Gary Cullum. And 17 Sean Curran. Marshals just move everyone along, get them all ready to go. Waiting for formation, hustle them up. Red flag, there we go. We are all good. We are right, we are ready. I know we can't see everything here in our camera position for you if you're watching on the live stream. As I said earlier, this is a trial for Kartsport Auckland to see if we can broadcast a live stream for you. No, there's a cart not happy. Down position number 31. Sorry, cart 31, Luke Thompson, not happy. So the officials let him go. Didn't see it. And they're going to realign themselves. No, he's away again now. So, okay, we'll do a reformation. So they'll go back around and settle themselves in. But yes, as I said, Kartsport Auckland have decided to bring this live stream to you, free to air on the YouTube channel, a brand new YouTube channel for Kartsport Auckland, to do the live streaming. We'll work out all our glitches and issues as we go along and work out how we can do it always bigger and better next time around. But at this stage, I think it's doing a pretty good job to share this wonderful day here at Giltrap Group Raceway with you. They're doing another lap for formation. Marshall's out there doing a good job, keeping the communications going. Oh, well, it just gives them another chance to warm up their tyres, doesn't it? And they won't be complaining at all. And after this, of course, we've only got one more heat for the round of heats, being the first one. And then we'll be straight into the second round of heats. There's no mucking around here this weekend at the Pool and Spa, City of Sails. We are pumping on schedule. We are definitely on time. In fact, I thought we were, 2 minutes ahead of schedule, but now with this restart, we might have lost 60 seconds. But they'll make it up again. The officials will get straight onto that. We can make up 60 seconds easy. But isn't it good when a race meeting goes to schedule? Right, let's line them up again and hope we have no more issues. It's all good. I know we can't give you the complete and utter start line here with our single camera view, but we'll do everything we can and we'll bring you the best footage that we are able to do. Here we go. Everyone is getting themselves set into position. Green flag at the back, red flag at the front. We are close. We are ready to go racing. Gears are engaged. Lights are out, and it's a great launch for 44. Brilliant run by Bugler, but he wasn't doing enough to get himself any further up front than about third position. I'll keep an eye on that. He's moved into fourth. Not bad at all. Graham Smythe leads the pack away ahead of Parkinson, Kinsman, Hall and Bugler. We'll double check those when they come past the start-finish line. No dramas in any of the turns so far. Clean race to start with. Let's go through the numbers, shall we, and tell you who has moved up, who's been the shakers, who's been the breakers. And I can tell you that Joshua Parkinson has got ahead of Graham Smythe. He has taken the lead of the race ahead of Kinsman. Bugler up to 4th. Hall down to 5. Krang in 6. Adolf 7. Armstrong in 8. Storr has moved up into 9 with Goffin and Malcolm down to 10 and 11. A great start by Parkinson off the line and into the race. Leading the race now, 89, Joshua Parkinson ahead of Graham Smythe, who is really good under the brakes. Tries to dive down the inside, can't make it work. But he's got a double job to do now because he's got to hold off a flying Matt Kinsman who's sitting in 3rd position. Little bit of a twitchy and a race going on at the back of the field, but that's not going to affect those up front, which at the moment is Parkinson, Smythe, Kinsman, Bugler, Hall and Krang. Now starting to get into the mix as well as that off in position number 7. Cart number 5, the green helmet. He has decided to get up there. Might be able to make some moves. Parkinson still has a good run. Really clearing out now from Smythe. Smythe is under pressure from Kinsman in 3rd. The battle still carries on. Really different lines. 3 different lines by the front 3 drivers going into the hairpin. Smythe looks over his shoulder just to see if he's being attacked. He's got clear air. Needs to focus on Parkinson ahead, who is doing a great job. Grabs the right gear at the right time. Here he goes. Down the finish straight. Still holding sway and leading the race. Dropped in at 27.9. They're getting faster as the race goes on. Parkinson leading well ahead. No other changes going on further back. Smythe and Kinsman, Bugler, Krang, Hall, Adolf, Armstrong. Goffin has made 1 position up ahead of Storr to swap positions 9 and 10. It's still Wilson, Malcolm, Hunt, Callum, Gelb, Thompson and Curran. But up front, and handling the job with ease, is cart number 89, Joshua Parkinson. A little glance over his right shoulder to see if he's got any competition. He knows he's got a gap. It's a good gap too. He really pulls away as they go past the pits. He stretches the legs of his West Speed KZ2 sponsored category. Parkinson still leading ahead of Smythe and Kinsman. Looking back for further races. There's been a position change way down the back of the field, and they are having a good battle. Gelb moves up 2 spots. Thompson drops down. They are the back markers basically, but up front, they could actually get caught with the pace that they're showing up front with Parkinson, Smythe and Kinsman, who have pulled their own little gap away. No one else is close to that top 3 at the moment. If the top 3 keep on this pace, which they're going around in the high 27s, just breaking the odd 28, but basically the high 27s, when the ones at the back are getting close to the 29s, it could make for an action-packed last couple of laps. Again, different lines as the front runners go through the hairpin. Parkinson, Smythe, Kinsman, Bugler, Krang, Hall and Adolf. Goffin and Armstrong, with Wilson moving up ahead of Storr, who has now dropped down a couple of spots in total to be down in 11th position. And from 12 down, it's Malcolm, Gelb, Cullum, Thompson, Hunt and Curran. But still up ahead. Parkinson leads Smythe. Smythe is there, but he has no answer. He has no way of challenging Parkinson at this stage. Through the infield they go. Calm and collected as Parkinson up front. He is not feeling the pressure yet. Smythe has to try something. We are into lap number 11 of 15. He's got to come up with an answer. He can take these points though. They're good going into heat number 2. It all adds up. But you really want to get every single one you can, because already if he loses in the next race as well, He'll be dropping down the order into the pre-finals on Sunday. Still some fun racing going on down the back of the field. It's quite entertaining, but up front, and they're starting to close in on the first back marker. Here we go. The blue flag is going to be close to coming out soon. 33, Sean Curran down in 17th position is going to be caught. Will he end up getting in the mix of these three drivers? This could play a part for Smythe and Kinsman. Let's keep an eye on it. Oh, Kinsman went too fast, and I think he almost went and might have even gone into the back of Smythe. Here's the first pass on the back marker, and now it's split them. This is what has happened. Kinsman's got to get around. Yes, he does. He gets around, gets out of trouble. But now the rest of the drivers from position 4 down. Here we go. Positions 1 and 2 is all it's at, and there's been a switch. It happened, didn't it? Smythe got ahead of Parkinson. We've only got 2, make it 1 if I'm counting right, lap remaining. Smythe has done it. Smythe has gained the valuable points back. He looks over his shoulder twice to see where Parkinson is, and Parkinson is fast. He gives him 2 bumps, 2 little taps. Tap 1, tap 2, tap 3, no. Smythe pulls away. He has a better run coming out of the turns. We must be getting close to the flag. Smythe takes the inside run. Here we go. Great racing, isn't it? This is absolutely stunning stuff from the West Speed KZ2s. They're still going like crazy, Smythe and Parkinson. I don't think they've realised the checkered flag is flying, but they are still, it seems as though they are still racing. So that's fine. But Smythe got it ahead of Parkinson, Kinsman, Krang and Bugler. Hall and Adolf, Goffin, Wilson and Storr make up your top 10. Armstrong, Malcolm, Galvin, Thompson, Cullum was 15, with Andrew Hunt and Sean Curran in 17. And next up in our heats is the final for heat number 1. The final class, that being, it'll be the Urban Performance Rotax Juniors up next. The 12 to 16-year-olds, they're already in the dummy grid, and they'll be out in a second. We are back in it again. The final session for heat number 1 here at the Giltrap Group Raceway. You are watching the Pool and Spa City of SAILS 2-day challenge. We're bringing out the Urban Performance Rotax Juniors. Jay Irwin will lead the pack away from Emerson Vincent. Sebastian Manson and Mitchell Sparrow will make up row 2 with Ollie Workman and Ashton Phipps in 5 and 6. Hayden Lyons, Blake Knowles will be 7 and 8. 9 is Hayden Baccaris and 10 is Stella Carter. Peebles and Young will be 11 and 12. Mellon Malone, and the lights go out. We are underway with Irwin cleanly taking that through, but there might have been a little position change on that hairpin I think Manson has got in front of Vincent, yes, but it might change again. It has. Wow, 2 turns, 2 position changes on the opening lap. So Vincent lost it on the first turn, gained it back on the second. Excellent driving, but Irwin is going to lose another spot. Wow, all on the first lap. This is great stuff. So Vincent grabs the lead, but has he just lost it back again? Yes, he has. We've had position changes massively already. I just got to double check who is where because they are switching and swapping spots. This is great stuff from the Urban Performance Rotax Juniors. We like position changes, especially on the first lap with cold tyres. They're doing it again. Into the turn, they come through the chicanes, and another change. So, Vincent back in front. And I think there was... If you blink, you're going to miss position changes because Manson has moved himself back into second, and now he's just lost that back into third. It looks like Phipps has moved up into fourth. This is brilliant racing. But now the lead. And look, another change as they come into the chicanes. This is brilliant stuff, and it's great to see. Don't even look behind yourself, Vincent, because you've got a clean pair of heels in front of you. Manson has moved himself into second. They are starting to sort themselves out. Irwin is into third now. Phipps into 4 with Sparrow 5. Talk about hectic, helter-skelter racing to start this one off. And we're only in lap number 3 of 15. But now they're starting to spread out a little bit further down in the field. There's some big gaps mid-pack. Down the rear section, they are still doing some chopping and changing. Couple of position changes for the minor spots. But up front where the action is, Vincent still leads. It is Manson, Irwin, Phipps and Sparrow with Lyons, Workman, Baccaris, Mellon and Young making up the top 10, and it is quite a gap, isn't it? If we count back to 4, 6, 8, 9, massive gap back to position number 10. So we don't expect much change to happen there. However, there is a good race happening, a challenge for block number 4, and that is between Ashton Phipps and Mitchell Sparrow. They are back a little bit. They are racing for positions 4 and 5, which is actually giving an advantage to number 3 right now, which is Jay Irwin. Because while 4 and 5 tussle amongst themselves, Jay can start to catch up to Manson and Vincent ahead. Although, by the looks of it, it's not going to be that simple. Let's check out and confirm the top 5. Vincent, Manson, Irwin, Phipps and Sparrow. The rest of the field come through. The rest of the field are doing their job. Staying in the race, but it's still Vincent holding sway over Manson. Irwin just in behind. One cart is off to the side of the track. Looks like we'll have a local yellow. Yes, we do. So the rest of it should be okay. If we can get that cart cleared. Looks like the driver's doing his own job, which is fantastic. Vincent is pulling away a slight little gap ahead of Sebastian Manson, cart number 55 in second position. And actually 55, Manson is being hunted down now by 20, Irwin. Irwin is very, very close under that local yellow, has disappeared. And that means racing can go full on right round the entire track once again. Let's keep an eye on it up front. Vincent, Manson, Irwin, Phipps, Sparrow, Lyons, Workman, Baccaris, Mellon and Young. No position changes in the top 10 for the last 2 laps. But they are closing up, I can tell you that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, they can taste it. They are all within striking distance. One little braking mistake, one turn wrong, and they will pounce. It is close. Vincent still, Manson holding, Irwin, Phipps, and Sparrow. They're all in the high 29s as they circulate around Giltrap Group Raceway. And I think the gap has definitely closed. Yeah, it has. There was even a little bit of a bump and a run there from Vincent and Manson. Manson is all over. Manson is chomping to get into first position. Vincent still holding on, but only just. Manson's right there. Everyone else will be waiting to see what happens. Here he goes down the inside. He makes it stick. He goes wide. He'll hold the inside line if they can come down. No, he's going to lose a spot. He got into first. He's going to drop into fourth. He's really losing it now. He tussles. He holds on. He muscles for third and keeps position. Great racing. Clean, really. And some good, exciting stuff happening out on the circuit. So, that's good news for Vincent out front. Fantastic news, in fact. Irwin moves up a spot. Manson had the lead. He had it for all of 50 metres. And now he is down in third position. He's got to start and do it all again. And Vincent is slowing. Vincent does not have the pace that he had early on. Irwin is caught up. Irwin is quick. Irwin is right there in second position. Into the chicanes. They sweep through, down the start-finish line. Vincent looks over his shoulder. He knows. He knows he is lucky to hold the race lead. He knows he's lucky to still be in front. Vincent holds ahead of Irwin, Manson, Phipps, Sparrow, Lyons, Workman, Baccarat in 8, Mellon 9 and Young in 10. Stella Carter has dropped a couple of spots down into 16th. So they're having a lovely little race amongst themselves, the back markers. But up front, here we go. We've got a good group here. Positions 2, 3, 4. There's fingers waving. They're touching. They're bumping. They're running. This is for the podium spots. Here we go. 2 laps remaining, and they are starting to get a little feisty here. In the Urban Performance Rotax Juniors, Vincent and Irwin are still holding it out in front. But that is a good scrap between Manson, Sparrow and Phipps, with Sparrow taking the better advantage and getting ahead of Phipps. So Sparrow into fourth. Emerson still holding the lead of the race, but I would say just fingernails on it. And he knows. Vincent knows. He can almost smell Irwin in behind him right now, and he can't make a mistake. He's got to focus on the front. They're getting themselves set for a checkered flag. He can't make any mistakes. There's enough of a gap between everyone, but if you make a mistake, it's gone. Here we go. It's close to it. There's a pass happening down the inside. Can he hold it? Yes, he can. Irwin has gone out, but isn't he going to lose it? Vincent goes back down the inside, claims the lead back in the race. 2 position changes again. The checkered flag had flown, though. Were they just mucking around, or was that still the race? No, they are. Here we go. They come down. They're screaming down. Vincent is going to hold it. There we go. Race over, and what a fantastic, to me, that has been the heat of the day so far. Massive amount of position changes with Vincent holding off against Irwin, who did a great run there. Manson in third with Sparrow in 4. Phipps was 5. Lyons was 6. Ollie Workman in 7. Baccarat was 8. Raymond Mellon in 9 and Jake Young in 10. We go down further in the field with Blake Knowles, Joshua Peebles, Jamie Thompson, Lily Malone in 14, Regan Edwards in 15, Stella Carter 16, Xavier Faulkner in 17. And that is a great way to end the first heat session for today. Heat number 1 is done. We are over, and the first amount of points have now been collated. We breathe, everyone breathes, the drivers breathe, although they're already lining up in dummy grid, because technically, if I look at my sheet, we have all of nothing. There's basically, they might give us, let me just check my timing here. Technically, it's a 3 o'clock start. We are actually ahead of schedule, which is wonderful. So they might pull them out earlier, which is probably advisable, given we never know what's going to happen in the races for the second heat. But at this stage, we are ahead of time. We'll take a little bit of a breather. I'll calm down, control my excitement as we get ready for the second run of heats at the Pool and Spa City of Sails here at Giltrap Group Raceway. Well, if you had nothing else to do for the afternoon, I can tell you something exciting that's going down right now, and it's the second run of heats. Here at Giltrap Group Raceway, the Pool and Spa City of SAILS event, we are into heat number 2, and we start off with club sports. 8 of them out there doing their thing. Those who can do, those who can't, like me, talk about it. They'll get into their formation lap now. They'll battle themselves out. Now, I'm pretty sure they only did 14 laps in their first heat. I mean, it's not a big deal. As long as they knew that they're only doing 14. Either that or my timing was just wrong. I don't think it matters. But they're forming up now, and we'll see if they do 15. I'm not going to count every individual lap to see if I'm right or wrong. But it doesn't matter, does it? The fact is we've had some fantastic racing, stunning racing this afternoon, and it's set to continue. It should only take an hour or so to clear through it. Maybe 2. Hour and a half. Who knows? But we are underway. The lights are off, and we are a go with Stephen Muggeridge, Paul Hutchinson leading the pack away. No change. Just like that. Heat number 2, or heat session 2. The first of the second heats, club sports. Super Metal Recycling Club Sport. Muggeridge and Hutchinson were leading the pack. And I don't think I saw a position change, but I'll tell you if I did. No, Muggeridge still holds it ahead in cart number 51. Claiming the big number there, the 51. Look at it, give him all the speed as he rides the ripple strip on the exit, but sticks on the outside, manages to hold it. Matt Couch decides, no, I'm not close enough to do a dive down the inside. So he just tickles himself into second position, with Brennan slotting himself in third and behind. These 3 front runners are creating a nice big gap to the rest of them. We have lost one card. It did not start, number 44, Frank Gilbert, unfortunately. And while those front 3 in this club sport are having a play, the back 4 are sort of deciding whether they should pass each other or not. They're still undecided. They get really close to each other, and then one might take a little think down the inside but backs off. However, in saying that, there is now going to be a pass, I suspect, for position 4 and 5. 4 and 5, there they come through the chicane now. They're pretty close. Let's keep an eye on them. Oh, they're going to do it. Down the inside, he's thinking about it. And he holds it. He's up on the ripple strip. He forces his way around. And no, it doesn't hold. So 17 Hutchinson has to stick with being in position number 5, but gave it a good crack anyway. And it was just a bit funny watching McDowell look around to say, you all right there, mate? Didn't get in your way or anything. It's quite the gentlemanly way of racing, isn't it, club sport? Very entertaining. He's going to have another go. Paul Hutchinson, number 17, is thinking, yeah, I did that. I'll have another go here, shall I? And they try through the chicanes. He's down the inside once more. Will he hold under brakes again? No, he's too far behind. But it's not for lack of trying, and I'm pretty sure that number 33, Mike McDowell, in front of him, just did the seat shuffle, where you try and make your cart go a little bit faster by shuffling yourself in the seat. Trying to get a little bit more pace out of his number 33, holding position number 4. There's no changes up front, but this battle for 4 and 5 is quite fun. It's quite entertaining. 17 gets him. Gets in close, thinks about it yet again, thinks about a dive down the inside, but decides against it. I'm actually genuinely, but up front, there's a change in position for 2 and 3. He locks up his brakes and gets it sideways, but doesn't manage to get down the inside, just trying a little bit too hard. It's allowing Muggeridge to run away with this race, because now we've got 2 separate fights. We've got a position for 2 and 3, and we've got a position fight for 4 and 5. And it's fun and it's entertaining to watch them go at it. 4 and 5 is still going. Here goes 17 down the inside. This time, is he going to be a bit later on the brakes? He does. He goes in. He's up on the curb again, but he can't do it. He's just got to go that extra 1 metre. One more metre off the brakes and he might be able to grab that position number 4. Yes, it isn't a minor, it's not a podium spot. It's a minor position, but it's still a position, and you're here to race and you're here to pass the person in front of you up front. There could be another change in 2 and 3 because they have started to come together. So let's just watch that for a second, because that is for some more of the glory spots. Take the champagne if you're in second, ahead of third, 27. Carl Brennan tries to go around the outside of Matt Couch. That's not going to stick. Good thoughts, though. It's nice to think that way, but it's not really going to happen. Stephen Muggeridge, car 51, well out in front. Matt Couch and Carl Brennan fighting now for second and third. Here we go. Here we go. The switch is coming. 27, Brennan down the inside. If he lays off the brakes, he might be able to push hard. He does. Can he hold it? Can he hold it? No, because 32 does the seat shuffle to try and push his car a little bit faster to try and get some pace. And he manages to stay in front and still holds on to position number 2. It's a great fight, though. Second and third in the race. 8 laps down in the 120cc, 160 kg club sport category. It's the gentleman racing category. It's the all-comers category. It's the one where you just want to go out and have a go. And they certainly are. Muggeridge is leading the field, but this little battle for second and third is quite entertaining. The one for fourth and fifth seems to have settled down a little bit. But as I say that, there's a small bump and run. But he's close again. Brennan, kart 27. Position number 3, wants to think about it. He is close enough this time if he keeps his foot up it. Now he's close. What's he going to do this time? Inside or outside line? He goes inside again. If he holds and holds, no, he's squeezed out. And he can't make it stick. He just has to try something different. He goes down the inside and brakes hard to make sure he doesn't get caught up. Well, maybe it's time for the big courage move. Dive down the inside. Take the smallest of gaps. Think like Shane van Gisbergen. Any gap, you go for it. You take it. It's there. Don't worry about braking. You sort that out later. Right, he tries the outside this time, does 27, but he's blocked off. He's thinking about the switch around. He comes out, and he's a lot quicker now. Yeah, that was much better. Down the inside. Is he going to get squeezed? He goes left. He goes right. He can't find a way around Matt Couch, who was doing a great job of driving defensively here in the second heat of the Super Metal Recycling Club Sport. 12 laps down. Still trying the inside and outside line. He's got to come up with a different solution. He has to try something different on Couch. Backs off the throttle as he goes wide. Maybe it's time just to hold it down that little bit longer. Half a metre is all he needs. Different braking line, different attack. He's right on him. He's right there. He wants second position badly, but Couch just keeps his kart being the widest on the racetrack. Down the inside yet again. Hold it there. No. Slots himself back into third. Great racing from these two drivers. Clean and fun. Fourth and fifth, still no change. Circulating around. But that race for second and third. Couch and Brennan. 2 laps remaining. Brennan there yet again. He's trying it again. What's his tactic going to be this time? Too far away. Forgets about it. Doesn't even try. And that's it. They've given them their 14. So I was right. It is 14. It's a time thing, no doubt. So Muggeridge did get it ahead of Couch and Brennan. There was no chance. He was a few chances, but he couldn't quite make it stick. Hutchinson did move up into 4th. Ahead of McDowell, who dropped down into 5th. With Aaron French in 6th, Tony Bennett in 7th, and Frank Gilbert with a did not start. It was unfortunate. Up next, Strata Networks, Cadet Rock. Formation lap time now for the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. A 15-lap heat. And according to my schedule, we are ahead of it. Plenty ahead of it. This is great stuff. Well done, organisers, officials, keeping us ahead of schedule here at the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of SAILS. Coming you from Giltrap Group Raceway, Partiki Road in Avondale. If you're overseas watching, very warm welcome to New Zealand, where we get to go karting for 2 days. Formation lap is set. They line themselves up. We wait for the officials. Their decision. I'm pretty happy with it. They seem pretty happy with it because the lights are out and we are racing. No position changes just yet. Medium battle happening further down the field. But no major drama. Seth Comer still leading. Zach Hemphill in second. Lucas Bell and Henry Fisher. They sweep themselves around to complete lap one. Lap 1 of 15 in their second heat. Comer. Bell has moved up. Hemphill is down. Fisher is in at 4. McMillan is up to 5. Culver down to 6. Bailey down to 7. Walker has moved up to 8. Tumbleson up to 9. Braden Watson is down into 10th. Blake Kendall is 11. Indy Irwin is 12. And Harrison Cunningham is in position number 13. Remember that the 3 heats from the weekend, well, you start those in the position that you did for qualifying this morning. So if you qualified 5th, you start every heat in 5th. Just for those viewers who are joining us and wondering how the format is done for this weekend, that is the rules we are under. There is going to be pretty much a position change happening up front because there is a great squeeze there and a brilliant run. I think it was Hemphill moving up on Lucas Bell into second spot, took the inside line. Hemphill, I think, pondered braking, but Bell did leave the door open enough to get through. I'll just double check that as they come past my viewing position. with 78 Coma. And then it should be Hemphill. Yes, it is in second with Bell in third. But this could change again because Hemphill did not get a good run. Number 26, he did not get a good run out of there, and he could lose the spot. They are going side by side, but he holds on to it only just because Fisher was also in there with a chance. Coma, Hemphill, Bell, and Fisher. And this is a great fight for second and third position. He's going to try down the inside, squeezes in, and I think he's got it. I think he made it stick. Yes, Hemphill's still there. Lucas Bell in third with Fisher in 4, but someone's up on the curb. I'll see who it is. It is 26. Lucas Bell has fallen from third down into 5th spot in the blink of an eye. He got squeezed out onto the track. I'm just trying to double check now my positionings, but definitely lost spots. Not good at all. Let's try and work out who is where. 78 leading, Seth Coma. Zach Hemphill, 85, is in second position. Fisher is up to third. Jackson Culver is up to 4th. Lucas Bell definitely down to 5th spot officially. Lost a lot of time when he went onto the curbs at the exit of the hairpin. Really needs to step up now and try and make some spots back. But Seth Coma is all on his own, leading the race ahead of Zach Hemphill. Henry Fisher and Jackson Culver in 4 and 5 is Lucas Bell. Just watching the tail enders come past the start-finish line at the moment just to see if there's any changes. And I can tell you there's nothing dramatic happening back there. Seth Coma goes past the start-finish line now, still leading the race. Zach Hemphill, Jackson Culver, Henry Fisher, Lucas Bell, Luke McMillan, Braden Watson, Riley Tombleson, Blake Kendall and Indy Irwin make up your top 10 with Cunningham, Bailey and Walker 11, 12 and 13. Not much changes are happening in this race. They're just in circulation mode now, waiting for mistakes from an opposition, and it looks like there could be a little one at the back end of the field. Yes, there was. Addo Bailey might have lost a couple of positions there. I'll try and work that out as they come back again. But up front, 78 is still Seth Coma, and he is caught up to the tail runners well and truly. So now it's going to be interesting. Will the back markers keep it clean, stay out of the way of the faster ones up front? No nonsense time now. Can't do anything silly. Can't try and defend your position too dramatically. You cause major problems. Coma goes around. Hemphill still in second. Culver in third. Fisher still holding in 4th with Lucas Bell 5. McMillan in 6. They're starting to wind their way through the back markers. A little wee touch there between 2 of the carts, but no drama comes from it. We are in lap number 9. 9 of 15. Small battle pack happening between back markers and front runners because Coma is trying to get through and he can't find a way through. He's got past one. Can he get past another? He pushes, he squeezes. He needs a good run. But Zach Hemphill has managed to stick out in front. And he's got through, and I think the back markers played a part in this. As they try and bob and weave their way through the field, it's been costly for Coma and an advantage for Hemphill, who has moved up into position number 1. But now they're chasing each other. They come into the turn. They make contact. There's a spin. There's a nudge. Other carts go on top of each other. There's wheels. There's crossing of grass and curbs. And we'll try and work out who has gone into position what, because they went all over the place. So Seth Comer, according to me, is back in front of Zach Hemphill. Henry Fisher and Lucas Bell, Luke McMillan, Jackson Culver drops down dramatically. Just trying to keep an eye on who is doing what. Give me 1 sec as they come through and I can officially confirm with lap 12 over who is where. So, Comer comes through leading the race. Henry Fisher has moved up into second. Lucas Bell is third. Luke McMillan is 4. Jackson Culver is 5. And it's Hemphill who has dropped the dramatic numbers down to position number 7. I need to double check that when they come around again, because if that is the case, it is a dramatic loss of positioning. 78 comes past me now to lead the race. With a gaggle of carts in behind and a massive fight going on further down. Yeah, Zach Hemphill has dropped all the way down to 7th position. Wow, what a turn of fortune from being right up at the pointy of the field. And it's been a massive change for Lucas Bell, who's actually gained spots after his dramatic losses at the beginning of the race. Luke McMillan has moved up and Henry Fisher has dropped down, and that's been costly. Fisher just goes past now. Luke McMillan has dropped down into 4th. So Seth Comer, we are on lap 14. Seth Comer, cart number 78, still holding the lead. And we wait for him to come around now. The winner's coming through. Here he comes past the start-finish line now. And then second, third and fourth, 26, Lucas Bell, Henry Fisher, Luke McMillan, Jackson Culver, make up your top 5. And then a very forlorn Zach Hemphill came through. And cart number 85, still on his way. Sad state of affairs. It's not where he wanted to be. It's way down. I'm not even seeing him in the position. So something dramatic has happened. Because here is your official rundown. Comer, Bell, Fisher, McMillan, Culver, Watson, Irwin in 7. Aston Walker 8. Harrison Cunningham 9. And my timing is showing that Zach Hemphill didn't even complete the race. Did not finish after that coming together. I suspect a bit of damage to the kart. So, not the best news for some, but fantastic news for others. And we get ourselves set to leave the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. And we head now to the Praga Kart New Zealand Rotax Lights. Time for the Praga Karts New Zealand Rotax lights. We get ourselves set for their second heat of the day. A whole gaggle. Is that the right term? We use gaggle. One kart shouldn't be on there. Get back on the track. We call them a mob. We call them a flock. We call them a gaggle. We call them a herd. I don't know what we call them, but we need a name, don't we, for the karting? All right, not much time. Yellows are out, ready to go. Formation, one kart over the back there is not doing what they should be doing. The officials sort of wondering what we do to get around this. We just got to hold because we can't have that kart there. We'll wait and see what the officials do. Whether they... No, it looks like that's it. So they're going to ditch that kart. That will be a did not start. And we'll see if the officials let the race start here. We are well ahead of schedule, which is absolutely stunning. The lights are still on. The lights are gone. And we are racing now for heat number 2 of the Praga Karts New Zealand Rotax lights. Zach Stitchbury holds on in kart number 72. In behind is a great run by Liam Lawson. Am I right here in saying that he has absolutely blitzed the field on the start to make up 4 positions? I'll wait until they get within a better eye shot, but I think the same thing has happened that happened in the last outing. I'm pretty sure it has. Yes, he has. Liam Lawson has had an absolute blistering start to move into second spot. Ryan Crombie, but there have been some major changes because of comings together. So we're going to wait and see what the officials do, whether they local, whether they shut it. Yellows are down. Waving yellows. So we have lost. I think we've lost Rihanna out of that mob unless she was shuffled further back. I'm just trying to see. They're just out of my vision. We are still going. So here is your official order. Zach Stitchbury now has managed to get and hold on to the front. Liam Lawson moved all the way up into second. Ryan Crombie in third. Clay Osborne is fourth. Finn Osborne is 5. Number 6 is Campbell Joyce. 7, Ashton Grant. 8 is George Sampson. 9, Michael McCullough. And your 10 is Darren Walker. I'm looking way down. You got Casey led in 11. Rihanna in 12. Emily Robb in 13. So there's some major changes here for the points table across this weekend. They are coming together again. They are close. They are fighting. This is a good battle, good racing. Here we go in the Praga Karts Rotax lights. They go through the infield at full speed, and there's no touching, but there is position changes. But Zach Stitchbury still holds sway out front, ahead of a flying Liam Lawson. Ryan Crombie still in third. Clay Osborne in fourth. Finn Osborne in 5. Campbell Joyce in 6. Ashton Grant 7. George Sampson 8. Michael McCullough 9. Darren Walker 10. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt is in 12th with Casey Lett just in front in position 11. So a lot of work required from Rihanna if she wants to gain her spots back and get the valuable points for tomorrow's racing. Stitchbury, Lawson, Crombie, Osborne. Joyce moves up ahead of Osborne. Finn loses a spot to Campbell Joyce from position 5 down to 6. And that is a big mob. You've got first and second and a gap, second and third and a gap. That fight in 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. is massive. That mob mentality as they come through the chicanes. There's a whole bunch of them wanting a position. Forget about 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the moment. Look at this battle pack for the 5 and minor spots. It is good. Here comes a change. Goes wide. Forgets about it. There might have been a little switch in there. This is great racing again. And another race from the heats. The Pool and Spa City of SAILS is certainly turning it on at Giltrap Group Raceway today. 1 and 2 still holding. 3 and 4 still holding. But here comes the fight mob. Positions 5 and back. Heavy braking. Up on 3 wheels. Keeps the pace on. It's Campbell Joyce, kart number 95 in 5th position, is holding up the bunch, but has every right to stay in that position. Everyone else has to try and get around Campbell. There is a race for 1, 2, 3, and 4, but it's nothing like what's going on for 5 and back. This is exceptional stuff. There might have been a switch up front. I'm just keeping an eye on it. Yes! Liam Lawson has got around Zach Stitchbury in the hairpin. Liam Lawson leads the race. One position change while the big battle pack follows in behind. So it's Lawson, Stitchbury, Osborne, Crombie and Joys. A massive mob of carts, and they're waiting for that one mistake. Here they go down the inside. Cart number 1, Osborne Finn, tries to do it under brakes. Can't quite make it happen. He'll have another shot soon though, because Campbell Joys in position number 5 is just starting to halt the flow of those behind, and they are starting to get desperate. When they get desperate, they'll start making lunges down the inside. Great run, great pass, brilliant racing. We are moving all over the place in this battle pack. So let's see what's happened now. Campbell Joys is still in 5, but Finn Osborne has moved up into 6. George Sampson into 7, and Ashton Grant is dumped down into 8th position. Lost 2 spots. And that has let Joys create a little bit of a gap on his own. In 5th position, so now there's less pressure. Up front, it's still Lawson and Stitchbury and Osborne. Crombie in 4, with no one around. But if 95 Joys can hold on to position 5, he's actually doing those up front a big favour, because they can't get in close, they can't attack. And I've got a feeling up front there is going to be another attack soon, because while Liam Lawson runs away with this, Clay Osborne is starting to hamper down on the inside at the hairpin. He makes it stick, he goes wide, he's on the strip, and he gets a spot. Zach Stitchbury gets pushed back into 3rd position. So the race is on up front. The race is on with Liam Lawson holding the lead, but there's been another position change, and Clay Osborne has moved into 2nd spot. And Zach Stitchbury has to take another knock. He's close though, Zach. Zach has an opportunity. If he can stay, he is there. He is thereabouts. There are 2 laps remaining to try it. He couldn't quite hold on, but he's right there, and he gives a little bit of a bump onto Clay Osborne. Zach Stitchbury, right on the engine. Oh, small gap. Just lost a little bit of pace coming out of the turn. Liam Lawson is running away with this, but at the moment, there is a little fight between Osborne and Stitchbury. Stitchbury's not close enough. I'm pretty sure this will be final lap flag, if I've got my numbers right. And Stitchbury is trying again. He's on the infield. He is right there, and he's pushing and shoving. Oh, he nearly muscled his way through, but has he done it? They are going to do it. They come side by side, but he has to slot back in. Oh, Stitchbury, you're giving us a great race. Don't stop. Let's keep this going. Checkered flag falls, and he tries to get around him, and he couldn't make it stick. Oh, sensational stuff. Wow, what a race. Some big changes there. Rihanna moved all the way up again, so she had a good run in the end, but let me run through the numbers. Liam Lawson and Clay Osborne 1 and 2. Zach Stitchbury 3 with Ryan Crombie in 4 and Campbell Joys in 5. Osborne was 6 with Sampson in 7 and Ashton Grant in 8. Rihanna did manage to get up to 9 with Darren Walker in 10. Casey Lett, Zane Hills, Caitlin Stanley, Scott Briscoe, and Sonny Bill Harwoody of 15. From 16 back, it's Roman Harker Ferguson, Ian Smith, Emily Robb, Hunter Robin 19, Koa Muir Thompson in 20, with Blair Holdham and Heather Comer in 21 and 22, and a bunch getting a DNF. Oh my, I need to breathe. It's time to go racing again. This is heat number 2 for the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy. Time to let the big dogs eat. Get the big ones out there. 185 kilo carton driver. Heat number 2. There's only 6 of them. So as I said in heat number 1 and qualifying, it doesn't really matter if you qualified last because you're right there. Now, this is the one where Matthew McBride had an upsy-downsy sort of race. He lost spots, he gained spots, and he had a good, he gave us a good time. He didn't finish so well because he had a DNF, but we had a great time watching. Now, I'm just seeing here that my timing board is interesting because it wasn't showing an accurate positioning here, but I can tell you that Matthew McBride is doing it again. He's diving down the inside. He is not scared, and Aaron Cunningham has blitzed away here to lead this race. Matthew McBride, I think, yes, he has taken position number 2, and Aaron Tahu, I think, has been smashed back into 3rd spot. I'll double check and confirm that for you as they come around. That is correct. So Cunningham now holds the lead of the race. McBride in 2nd, and Tahu has dropped all the way down to 3rd. So not good. He's going to have to try and get past McBride. He's going to have to do something crazy here because I've already decided that McBride is one of the loonies out there on the karting track. He has a unique driving style. It's wild. It's helter-skelter. It's frenzied, and I absolutely love it. And he is not afraid to muscle his way through. So at the moment, it is still Cunningham, McBride and Tahu, Cook, Dawson and Hart. There is a change between Dawson and Hart at the back of the field, but that'll swap back again, although he goes in sideways and crosses it right up and nearly goes right off the track. But Dawson and Hart are having fun down the back nonetheless. Up front, though, McBride is going to try and catch Cunningham, and I think he has potential here because he has definitely got pace. He tries down the inside, heavy braking, really slides his way in. He slides all the way to the outside curb, and does that let Aaron through? Aaron's been squeezed out. He has been squashed. McBride gives him a nudge. He gets a bump and a grind, and they settle themselves down into exactly the same way they entered that particular lap, with Cunningham leading McBride and Tahu. McBride is not afraid of it. He did it in the last heat as well. He is quite happy to drift his way in. Let's see him do it again. He goes around the outside to try this time, and he's going to do the switch. He is going to have pace. Will he dive on the left or the right? He goes left. He goes hard under brakes, and he goes right in, and he's up on the curb, but he still holds his position. Talk about no fair racing. Check him out. Kart number 24, currently in 2nd position. Not afraid to mix it up. Not afraid to throw the kart into the corners. He is there again. Watch him as he comes down the inside, outside. I think Tahu's got him. I think Aaron Tahu's got him. Yes, he has. It was a messy drive there by McBride, and he's going to lose another spot unless he's completely wild under brakes. And he remains a lot calmer. So he is down into 4th spot from 2nd. He is so wild, but it can be costly because the mistakes can come. He dives down the inside to try and get the spot back, but all he's doing is burning up his tyres. Great fun to watch, though. So now it's Cunningham, Tahu, Cook, McBride dropping all the way down to 4th. He tries down the outside now. He's going to go out into the dirty side of the track. Will he keep his foot onto it? No. He backs down, but geez, he was quick around there, and he actually gave Cook a little bit of a tap, I think. And Cook went off the circuit. McBride moves himself back into 3rd spot. He is Mr. Entertainment. It's Cunningham and Tahu leading the race. Tahu's close now. He is real close now. I think there's going to be a position change here in 1 and 2. Because Tahu is warmed up. He has got his flow on, and he is smoother and faster through the circuit. Cunningham trying hard to hold on to his position. He's not as quick coming out of the turns. He's not as fast breaking into the turns. Tahu's right there. Is he close enough though? Will it take one more lap? He dives down the inside. He brakes smoothly. He lets it flow. They will stay side by side as they come into the infield. Can Cunningham hold on? Unlikely. Position change. Tahu goes from first to third all the way back to first again. And he leads the race after 8 laps here at Giltrap Group Raceway. The Pool and Spa City of SAILS is bringing the racing out today. And it's been another change. Cunningham back in front of Tahu. He tries again. Tahu down the inside again. Same maneuver, same spot. This time he might have the pace. This time he might be able to hold on to it. Tahu maintains composure through the infield. Cunningham slots back. Tahu still holds sway, still holds possession. He's got to change his driving lines here. That's better. Manages to block the line, and Cunningham has no option but to settle down with McBride in third, Cook in fourth, Hart in 5, and Dawson in 6. Tahu looks again. So does Cunningham. They look over their shoulder, try to find out where the opponents are. They can forget about it. McBride is far enough back to not worry about. Tahu needs to concentrate because Cunningham will pounce. 10 down, 15-lap race. He's opened up a small gap, so he shouldn't have to worry coming into the hairpin. Aaron Tahu holding on to the lead of the race. The second heat, massive points gain. McBride into third. Cunningham has had to back off. He goes wild over the curbs. Little bit of track misalignment there. Didn't quite get his driving line right, and it's cost him another length. Tahu still holds ahead of Cunningham. McBride's actually losing spots now because Craig Cook is all over him. McBride might have burned out his tyres because Cook is fast. But McBride is crazy. I don't think he cares if he's losing his rubber. He'll just keep his foot up it anyway. Cunningham is dropping back even further in the race. We are on lap 12. It is Tahu, Cunningham, McBride, Cook, Hart and Dawson. Milwaukee Tools, Rotax Heavy. Great racing. Big gap now starting to form between 1, 2 and 3. So the race is going to be for positions 3 and 4. Kart number 45, Craig Cook, thinking about what his next manoeuvre will be. How can he get on the back of McBride with 2 laps remaining to put some pressure on? I don't think he can. I think he's got to wait for a mistake from McBride. But maybe McBride's learned a lesson in the last few laps and, of course, in heat number 1. He's close though, Cook. He's got one more shot at it, and he couldn't be any closer to him. But a little gap was pulled away from McBride. I don't think there's enough in it. He'd definitely need a few more laps to put some pressure on. But at the moment, Tahu is going to run away with this. Cunningham is going to have to settle for second position. Aaron Tahu coming around through the chicanes. Here comes the checkered flag, and he grabs the win. It's Tahu over Cunningham. McBride manages to hold stake in third. Cook in fourth with Hart in 5. And Brandon Dawson will come through position number 6. A wonderful run here from the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavies. We are still well ahead of schedule. It is only 3:41. And the Vortex Mini Rock, which is up next, we're not due till 4 o'clock, so we're 20 minutes ahead of schedule here at the Giltrap Group Raceway. That's nice, and it's a nice feeling at the Pool and Spa City of SAILS. They're already winding themselves out. The gate is open because we're getting ourselves set for the Manson's TCLM Vortex Mini Rock. Okie dokie then, let's go racing again. Heat number 2 for the Mansons. TCLM Vortex Mini Rock, and one Carter is smashing the steering wheel because they've had to come together on the formation and they're not happy. Not happy at all, but you know, it's just how it happens sometimes. And you've got to take the highs, you've got to take the lows, and you've got to learn to shut it out. But it coming together during the formation and the warm-up is never what you want, especially when you're desperate to gain points. So the driver has no choice but to sit with the marshals and the rest of this race and just watch his competition go by. They form and they come around through the chicanes. We're doing another one, I would think, to let the last cart catch up again. I think it's Finlay White that is out. Finlay would have started in 12th position. So it's not like Finlay was a back runner. This is mid-pack losing out, which is not good, but okay. Call it character building, I suppose, is the only positive you can take out of it. As they form themselves up and they get themselves ready, it will be, according to me, Zach Tucker should be on pole, but I'll just confirm that when they come around. With Maxim Kerwin should be in 4th, but it's showing him 2nd. I don't think that's right. We won't concern ourselves too much over it. Yeah, so my board is not quite right. And we watch them go into turn number 1 because the lights are out and we are racing. We'll see if we get through clean this time. We didn't last time we were out. They do. No, they don't. One goes up on the grass, but it's not dramatic. So no big deal at all for cart number, I think it's 28. Levi McMillan will drop a lot of spots though, but at least is still in the race. Meanwhile, up front, the front 2 have already pulled away. 3rd has closed the gap out there, created quite a beauty gap. Because 4, 5, and 6, 7, etc., are having their own little battle. Let me run through who is where. Major changes with Marco Manson now leading the race. Cole Turney has dropped down a spot. James McDonald is up into 3rd. Zach Tucker down into 4th. Maxim Kerwin has lost a spot again into 5th. Matthew Johnson up to 6th. Aryan Lala is down to 7. Dylan Bragwin is in 8. And Finlay White is in 9, moving up a spot. Top 10 finished off with William Edmondson. So as they come through, a good little bunch. It's tight right up front. Marco Manson and Cole Turney. This is going to be interesting up front. These two are quicker than everyone else. But if they tangle, if they come together too much, everyone else will soon be on top of them. There's a little bit of bump, not much run. Definitely front to rear contact. Just a little bit of a touch as they come through the centre section of the Giltrap Group Raceway into the chicanes. Once again, and they're actually starting to pull a bit of a gap here, Manson and Turney. So there is a battle further back. There's a minor few position changes there, I would say, down the inside. Yeah, it looks like Maxim might have got a spot back and moved back into 4th spot. Yes, he has. So that's good for Maxim Kerwin. James McDonald still holding in 3rd. Turney and Manson out in front, all by their lonesome, but I'm suspecting there will soon be a pass. Here it comes now. They come into the chicanes. Is that the first of the passes? I watch on. Not quite. Not quite. There was a pass and then it was taken back, so it didn't hold. Manson still in front of Turney and McDonald. Here we go again. Turney, number 38. Black overalls, black helmet in 2nd spot. Trying to do anything to get past Manson, who has the lead. In nice and close. Gets wider, definitely faster through the infield. changes direction, changes the racing line to try and mix it up a little bit, gets the slipstream. Is there enough in it to go down the inside or outside? No, just holds on. Going to take it again. Going to play the waiting game. Here comes the push. Pushing hard. Turney sticking with it in second spot. There is a yellow flag out for another cart down. The yellow flag is cleared. We are racing clean. Not sure who it is we've lost, but none too dramatic nonetheless. Here's that battle up front. First position is Marco Manson. Second is Cole Turney. And Turney is looking very racy right now, but can't find a way past Manson. Manson doing great job up front. Oh, it goes onto the grass. Will that be the costly one? No, Turney wasn't ready for it. Wasn't able to take advantage. Probably could have gone down the inside, but didn't expect it to happen. And Manson holds on. Keeps the race lead. It's still Manson and Turney up front. There is a back marker. And the pace they're going, they will catch that back marker before the end of this race. That'll play a part. There is a good fight and a position change has just happened. 4 spots, 4, 5 and 6. There's a little battle group going on back there. McDonald, Brangwyn, Tucker, Johnson. They're all hassling each other. While up front it's Manson and Turney with Kerwin all on his own, now in third. But that little fight, here it comes. For 4, 5, 6 and 7. Look at them. They're jostling. They're moving left and right. They're squeezing. They're contacting. They're touching. There's a shunt. And there's position changes. Oh, it had to happen. Zach Tucker has just been knocked down 3 or 4 spots. I mean, it was a tight pack. They were really fighting hard. It was good to see, but it's been costly for one of the drivers. Okay. They've settled themselves in up front. There's no change. But that battle further back has been quite intriguing. Meanwhile, my eyes cast up to the front of the field as they come into the infield yet again in another bump. But still no change. There's no point in Turney bumping every time because it's not doing anything. All it's doing is saying, I'm here. Manson doesn't care. Still in behind. So Manson still leading, but he's got to try to do something different, does Turney. There is a great race happening in the back, but it's not going to affect the major points. Up front is where it is at with Manson, Turney, Kerwin, Brangwyn. Kerwin is too far behind to make any plays here. Same with Brangwyn. But if Manson and Turney come together, they are leading the race. If they come together, that will change everything. But they are starting to separate a little bit. I wonder if Turney has been trying too hard too long. And has he lost a little bit of tyre? They go past the start-finish line now. Marco Manson still leading. Surprisingly, they haven't caught the back marker yet, 14. Who I think got caught up in a little bit of a melee. And that's why is back so far in the field. But Manson and Turney are doing a good job leading this race. There's a little fight, yes, happening further back down between 5 to 10. But it's not going to affect the race too much. Turney's back on it again as they go past the start-finish line and head down to that hairpin. Right, Turney's got his game back on. Turney's going to have another crack here. Got to try and do something different. The shunting and tapping on the back bumper isn't going to achieve anything. They go infield. They are very close to the back marker now. So maybe it will have an effect with 3 laps remaining. Manson, Turney, Kerwin, Brangwyn, Johnson are your top 5. There's the fight up front. Manson and Turney. What can Turney do, or can Manson just hold it? All Manson has to do is stick to the racing lines and force Turney to do the drama. Force Turney to make the mistake. But Turney has to do something different now. Here comes the back marker into play. Cart number 14. Taylor Bryant. Taylor has every right to stick there, just waiting for the blue flag. There it is. There's the blue flag. So Taylor may think about this now. Where do I move over and let these guys go? Still not yet. Now moves over, has a look, lets them go. Great driving from kart 14. Brilliant awareness. Lets the race go. Doesn't play a part. Turney can't catch up. We are on the final lap. Well, I think we are, if my numbers are right. If I'm wrong, I'm only up by 1, and that gives Turney another shot, but it doesn't matter. I just don't think he can find a way past. There was nothing that can be done. Let's keep an eye on them. There's another back marker coming through, but I don't think it'll play a part. Here comes the checkered flag. Marco Manson. It has flown, and that is it. It was a good try. Cole Turney gave it everything, but couldn't quite get there. Maxim Kerwin managed to get through, and what I see is a good bit of sportsmanship. The driver that was out at the beginning and has been standing there in the marshal pit is actually clapping the drivers, so that's wonderful. Brangwyn came through in 4th with Johnson in 5. Position 6 was Zach Tucker. 7, Aryan Lala. 8 was James McDonald. 9 was Miles Baker, and 10 was Cooper Inslee. Further down in the field, William Edmondson was 11 with Levi McMillan in 12. Cy Finnemore was 13 with Maya Forrest in 14. Logan Hayes 15. Nixon Frost 16. 17 was Lachlan Tombleson, and 18 was Jasmine Alders. 19, Taylor Bryant. The 2 out, Finley White in 41, and Carson Daly, kart number 97, down in a DNF as well. So that was the Masons Vortex Mini Rock. Up next will be Glen Eden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2. As we set ourselves to go live again for the Pool and Spa City of Sails here at Giltrap Group Raceway, we are now getting set for the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2 category. They get to choose gear 1 or gear 2. It's a nice decision. Those who choose properly will perform. It's going to be an interesting battle yet again. Of course, the name people will be watching will be Liam Lawson in cart number 10. Got Jason Lee, Mike Barry, Darren Walker, Craig Cook, Gary Claxton, Daniel Mayle, Ryan Nowalki, Ross Carlson and Tim Wakefield will make up your top 10. And they go straight into formation, which is fantastic. Wait for them to come around. The officials should be pretty happy with everything. Drivers have sorted themselves out at this level. If they haven't sorted themselves out, they've got serious problems. So we get ourselves into it. Forming, ready. Taking their time. The leaders decide. The leader decides. We wait for the lights and wait for the officials. I'd say the officials should be pretty comfortable with this. It's a seriously slow start. Very clever. Trying to see now, to me, it looks like the lights are out and Liam Lawson is going to launch away. Yes, he is. So technically should be untouchable from there. 63 and 5 following behind, which is Crombie and Jason Lee. Remember, Jason Lee in heat number 1 had a really good opportunity to pounce on these guys. Couldn't quite make it stick. But the opportunity was there, and we'll see if it happens again. Lawson, Crombie, Lee. Walker. Craig Cook has moved up a spot. Dwayne Smith has moved up a spot. Nowaki has come down from, I think it was 5th into 7th. Erickson is 8. Barry is 9. And Mayle has dropped down into 10. But yet again, Liam Lawson is under pressure from Crombie, but Crombie is trying to make a move, and he does. He goes down the inside. Well, he got that one through, but Liam won't be happy about that. He goes straight down the inside again, shuts the door, and said, you gave me the opportunity, you opened the window, but here it comes. And he tries, Crombie, to go down the inside of Lawson. They tussle, they come together, and here we go with Jason Lee in 3rd, thinking, I've got a spot. He does, into 2nd spot. He was waiting for the tussle, he was waiting for the fight, and he was there to pounce. He is now in 2nd spot. Crombie needs to gain composure to get back in the race, because here comes Lee, who blocks the track beautifully. No way for anyone to go inside or outside, and he does the same again on the inside of the infield. Liam Lawson is going to start to run away with this though, because Lee is having to play defensive maneuvers. A little fight for 3, 4, 5 and 6. It's actually a good fight. They're waiting for mistakes as well. Nowaki in position number 6, trying to get Walker, who is in 5. Cook is in 4. Crombie is 3rd. Lee is still 2nd, and there they're going all off the track and everywhere. I'll try and work out who has lost the major spots, but someone has. I didn't quite see which cart it was, but they dropped down the order dramatically, and look at the lead now for 1 and 2. They've run away with it because everyone else is having their own fierce battle, and it's causing problems further down. A position change has happened yet again. Here we go. In 2 and 3, they're going to go side by side. Nowaki has moved way up the field into 3rd, now back into 4th. I think it's Darren Walker in beside him. And they are going toe-to-toe. It's been great. Let's see as they come across the start-finish line. I can give you the official positions. Lawson, Jason Lee in 2nd. Walker is into 3rd. Nowaki down into 4th. So it was Walker who made the big move. Great stuff from number 14. Erickson in 5, Smith in 6. Crombie has moved up to 7 because it was Ryan Crombie that had the issues I wondered who it was, and he dropped all the way down, and he now has to claw and climb his way through the field. Major points lost there for Ryan Crombie. From the top 3 down into 7th spot. We'll keep an eye on him later. For now, though, Liam Lawson is under pressure, but I suspect Liam is just doing enough. No need to overdrive. No need to try and create a 10-cart gap. Just be simple and smooth. Let Jason Lee burn himself out trying to chase him down. Walker is in 3rd. Nowaki in 4th. Ericsson in 5. Smith in 6. Crombie 7. Barry in 8. Mile in 9. And Dennis in 10th spot. So now they're just starting to spread. The field is spreading out. The only close contact is 1st and 2nd between Lawson and Lee. And I think Lee is on fire here. Lee is right there as they come through the infield and come in. And here comes Lee now. Just as I thought, he's got some pace on. Can he hold it? If he's smart enough, he'll block that. Liam says no. Liam Lawson goes down the inside. The gap was tiny. In fact, I don't even know how he managed to fit the cart down there. And Lee just had to back right off. And he has lost 2 or 3 cart lengths in the half a track. Wow. From both of these drivers, double passing, brilliant stuff. Lee has to try again, and he has. He's caught up. Liam Lawson holding the race again with Jason Lee right there once more. It's almost as though Jason Lee's cart is quicker, but he can't maintain it around the entire track. It's only in certain sections. Up and down the positions go. Crombie has moved from 7 up to 5. So he's making the big moves. Cart number 63. Good on him. Crossing the line. Lawson, Lee, Walker, Nowaki, and then Crombie. So Crombie is making some big moves. Cart number 63 as he goes around the hairpin on his own. The infield is full, though, of the fast ones. But there is gaps now. There are major gaps. We are about to hit lap number 12. And I think there is enough of a gap between Lawson and Lee for no more position changes. Certainly nothing is going to change between 2, 3, 4, and 5 aside from a mistake. So at this point, it's Liam Lawson, Jason Lee, Darren Walker, Ryan Nowaki, Ryan Crombie in 5. Tim Erickson, Dwayne Smith, Mike Barry, Daniel Mayle, Gary Claxon has just lost the spot to Cameron Dennis for 10th, with Sam Martin, Tim Wakefield, Ross Carlson, and Craig Cook dramatically losing spots all the way down the back of the field. He was way further up at the start of the race. We watch them coming through again. Liam Lawson seems to be a little more relaxed now, flowing through into his motion, into his job. Goes through the infield, comes out, goes past pit lane, past the dummy grid. Liam Lawson into the chicanes with Jason Lee right in behind. They pass the start-finish line now, and it is still Lawson, but only just is enough. He doesn't need any more. 1 lap remaining. I'm sure that's the number. Liam Lawson, well, Lee looks about it. He thinks about it. He thought, oh, I'll give it another shot, but no. They're on the infield. They're exiting it now. They come into the chicanes. Pretty sure we should be close to a checkered flag now. Liam Lawson, here it comes. Takes the race ahead of Jason Lee, but only just with Darren Walker. He will claim 3rd. Ryan Nowaki moving up into 4th. Great run. Crombie, good recovery into 5th. Tim Erickson in 6th. Clean, simple race. A few changes in the rest of the field. Dwayne Smith in 7. 8 is Mike Barry with 9 is Daniel Mayle. 10, Cameron Dennis. 11, Gary Claxon. 12 was Sam Martin. And 13th was Tim Wakefield with Ross Carlson and 14. And Craig Cook. Not happy at all. DNF down in 15th, but that won't be any good anyway. Up next is the KZ2s, the West Speed KZ2, because we are getting very close to in fact, it has just blitzed by. There are only 2 more sessions remaining in our day of racing. We're into heat number 2, or heat session number 2. It is the West Speed KZ2s up next. Oh, this is amazing. Amazing, isn't it? Giltrap Group Raceway, bring in the Pool and Spa City of Sails. No rest for the wicked as we get ourselves set for the second to last. And this will be fast. In our heat number 2. It is Saturday afternoon. We are at the Giltrap Group Raceway for the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sails 2-day challenge. The penultimate race for the day. West Speed Motorsport KZ2s. And it was a ripper in the last race, an absolute flyer. They had a little bit of a misstart and they had to queue themselves up again, re-grid for another go. Let's see if they get it done this time, but we're well ahead of schedule. It wasn't technically due to start until around about 4:30. First thing in the morning, we were about 5 minutes behind. But here's the good news. The officials and everyone that organises everything and the drivers and the teams who make sure they're on time, we are ahead by about quarter of an hour, which is absolutely marvellous. Right, red flag down on there, on the grid, as we wait for these paddle shifters. The 5-speed West Speed Motorsport KZ2s are out. And we are good to go. They're all excited. Grab a cog, grab a gear. Get your hand on that gear shifter and go. Bang, bang, bang. Right. The revs are up. Graham Smythe will lead the field on the inside into turn number 1. Massive field, lights, 2, 3, 4, lights are out, and we are gone, and Graham Smythe has had an absolute shocker. He has been swamped by 4 karts, and he needs to make up some serious time, but that was a disaster of a start. It was absolutely brilliant for Joshua Parkinson. What an amazing start to go from about 3rd row to leading the race yet again. He absolutely nails the starts in his kart. In fact, I think he launches the front wheels off the ground. Brilliant run. Joshua Parkinson will lead them into turn number 1 for the first lap. Kinsman in 2nd, Hall in 3rd, Smythe down to 4th, Bugler in 5, Krang in 6, Adolf 7, Armstrong, Storr moved up, Wilson moved up, Goffin and Malcolm down into positions number 10, 11 and 12 as they cycle their way through the infield. Here we go. Joshua Parkinson, really on fire today. Great points haul. So far leading the race. Ahead of Matt Kinsman. Graham Smythe has gained a spot back into 3rd. So now the chase is on as the rest of the field down the back spreads themselves out. Can Smythe catch up? Parkinson and Kinsman ahead. Smythe thinks, what is my plan of attack here? Wait for a mistake or pounce? Dive down the inside or wait for a massive opening? I would say he will take the punt and he will dive down the inside. He thinks about it already. In fact, he went way too hard on the hairpin. Graham Smythe, he just lost a massive amount of track time there because he thought about diving under the brakes, but ended up shooting over the turn, losing all his ground, and then it's Regan Hall on his tailpipe now. So Smythe is under pressure. Not only has he lost position on the leaders, he now has to play defensive with Regan Hall chomping right on the back of him. Up front, Joshua Parkinson doing a great job, but Kinsman is fast. If I keep an eye way down the back of the field, no major position changes. I can tell you that it's Goffin in 10, Malcolm, Galb, Thompson, Cullum and Hunt in 15, with Curran and Wilson down in 16 and 17. Up front, Parkinson, Kinsman, Smythe still in third, but a big gap. He's got to do a lot of work just to catch these guys before he can even think about passing them. It's a major gap, and it was his own fault, he knows, and he'll be punching himself for doing it too, but he had to try. Parkinson, Kinsman, Smythe, Hall, Krang, your top 5. It's a big gap between all of them. At this stage, no pressure. They come through down the start-finish line. Wasn't the best of entries in from Joshua Parkinson, but he gets a good exit speed out, so maybe it was the best of entries, because he's still leading the pack. Kinsman in second, Graham Smythe in third, Regan Hall in 4, Nathan Krang in 5, Daniel Bugler in 6. There is a cart down. A cart has stopped. He is out of the cart, and he is pulling out. We'll have local yellows, but he should be able to drag his cart off the track and get out of the way. He's going to have to go fast. He's going over to the Marshall Point, and he just makes it in time. We are talking just as he gets it out of the drive line and allows the rest of them to come through. And I tell you what, Graham Smythe is right there now. Graham Smythe in third is caught up. He is back on the back of Kinsman. So now the battle could come. It'll let Joshua Parkinson run away with it, but Smythe is right there. 8 laps down. He's got an opportunity. No doubt about it. He is there. Smythe in third. Kinsman in second. Parkinson, forget about it. Don't even worry. Let these two fight behind you and you'll run away with this. There is another battle for 4 and 5 between Hall and Krang, but at the moment, Kinsman is trying to hold off the blue flyer, Graham Smythe. He's there. Oh, he is real close. If he can stick this position, he'll have a good shot. They go through the infield. Smythe is there, and I bet you that Kinsman knows it now too. He'll have a glance over his shoulder shortly. They exit the infield and come into the chicane to come down the start-finish straight. Smythe is right there. I'd say one more lap. He's going to try this one. No, give it one more. He was basically one cart short of distance that he needed. If he can hold position, if he can stay right there on the back wheel, he'll have a shot, Graham Smythe. We are in lap number 10. He doesn't have many opportunities to do it. Not many chances left. He's close now. He's just got to stick there, and he could make this happen down the end of the front straight. Here he goes. Down past the start-finish line. He goes on the inside. Smythe is going to give it a shot. Heavy under the brakes. Good exit speed. He makes it stick. Smythe moves into second spot, and Parkinson still holds the lead, and Kinsman has to move down into third. So now Smythe can focus on staying ahead of him and claiming second spot. I just don't think there's enough time to gain the lead of the race. The rest of the field is out. One of the carts is gone again. Another one's off the track. We won't worry about that. Localised yellow, no problem. So Parkinson leading, Smythe second, and they're catching up to the back markers. You wouldn't read about it. 3 laps to go and they're catching the back markers. This could play a part. Is it going to slow Parkinson down? The back marker moves over. Does he stay over for Smythe? He gets trapped and hooked in behind Smythe. He lets him go. Here he comes now. Smythe gets around him. And so too does Kinsman. Great driving and great awareness from cart number 33. That was Sean Curran to get out of the way. He knew he wasn't in the battle and just stuck on his line and let the others go around. But it did let Smythe catch him. I didn't think this would happen. But Smythe could be close enough now. Here's Parkinson. 2 laps remaining. Smythe is right there. Second spot. Here we go. He might need 2 laps. He's only got 1 to do it. Graham Smythe is there. Parkinson in front. Parkinson is struggling. Smythe has got the pace. Smythe is there on the inside. He goes wide. He tries to switch. It doesn't quite stick. They come down to the chicane, and here comes Smythe again. Oh, he's got pace now. Can he make it happen? The checkered flag comes out. No! Parkinson holds on to the race ahead of Graham Smythe and Matt Kinsman, with Nathan Krang in 4th, Michael Adolph in 5, Callum Armstrong 6, Declan Goff in 7, Kevin Storer's 8 with David Malcolm in 9 and Luke Thompson in 10. I go down the rest of the order with Connor Wilson 11, Gary Cullum in 12. Sean Curran was 14, Andrew Hunt was 13. And we had, I think, 3 DNFs, Regan Hall, Henry Galb and Daniel Bugler. What a race from the West Speed KZ2s up front. One more remaining in this afternoon's sessions. Heat number 2. It is the Urban Performance Rotax Juniors on our track next. Our final heat for the afternoon here at the Giltrap Group Raceway for the Pool and Spa City of Sales 2021. Hope you've enjoyed the afternoon of racing so far. If you have been joining us on the live stream, please subscribe, share it, let everyone know we'll be back tomorrow to do the same thing. There's also an app. Kartsport Auckland does have an app. You can search for it, whatever phone system you prefer to use. The app is available and it can give you more information and more details and news and all the updates, all that kind of stuff. But for now, we're going to get ourselves set for the Urban Performance Rotax Max Junior category. A 15-lap screamer, and I suspect it'll be exactly the same as it was in heat number 1. There'll be about 475 position changes in the first lap. That's the way they seem to roll. So they are forming already, and once the officials are happy, We will go racing. Here we go. It's a good field. Stacked. Ready to go. No holds barred. No care in the world. Everyone wants the whole shot. Here we go. The officials happy. The lights are out and we are racing in the final heat of the afternoon here at Giltrap Group Raceway. Clean into turn one. I say that too early. There was a little bit of biffo, a little bit of bash, but no dramas. Everyone's still there. They head into turn number 2, 3. They are clean. A little position change, nothing major. No dramatic spots, no drama. A lot cleaner through this time as they come into the chicane, ready to go down that start-finish straight. Here we go. Let me tell you who has moved up and who has moved down. Emerson Vincent, I'm sure, now leads the race. Yes, he does. Jay Irwin lost that spot in second. Manson back to third. Sparrow in 4. Phipps in 5. Ollie Workman in 6. Baccaris has moved up to 7 with Hayden Lyons down in 8 and Knowles in 9. Joshua Peebles has moved up to 10 with Jake Young 11. Thompson in 12. Stella Carter dropping down to 13. Malone in 14 and Jake Millen in 15. They come around again, cross that start-finish line. Still, numbers are the same. Vincent. But Manson has moved up on Irwin. Irwin has lost that spot to Vincent. Sorry, to Manson. They're going to swap again. They just about go front to rear tyre contact, but they hold it together this time. No dramas. Vincent out in front, clean pair of heels. No one catching. Manson in second, Irwin in third. It's a good battle though. It's a good tight group with Sparrow, Phipps, Workman. Irwin has moved back into second spot, Manson down to third. So Jay Irwin has moved up into second, cart number 20. Now trying to chase down Emerson Vincent. But Vincent's been untouchable so far this weekend. It's going to take quite the job to make it stick. Here comes Manson again, trying to think about claiming the spot. No. Gets it lost under brakes. Not quite the position he wants. No chance down the inside either. They all go single file around. Oh, and there's some pushing and shoving around. Here he comes. Manson down the inside. Yes, could be 2 spots lost for Irwin. He gets shunted. He gets bullied. He gets shouldered out of the way. And he goes from second down to about 4th spot. And it could be even worse. I saw another position change. Oh, that is dramatic. Talk about a change in fortunes. Not what he wanted. Vincent still leading. Manson up to second, Sparrow in third, Phipps in 4, Workman in 5. Irwin has been shunted down into 6th spot. Talk about drama at the racetrack. They are hustle and bustle. Still Vincent, Manson, Sparrow holding on to third. These 3 are going at it on their own. A bit of a gap back to 4th with Phipps and Workman. Irwin lost another spot. Baccaris gains 6th, so Irwin drops down to the 7. But up the front, here we go. Here comes the change. The potential, has he got it? There was a switch. There was a switch back. And I think Manson has managed to squeeze his way through. Stunning racing. And now there's pressure for second and third as well. But he's held on, Vincent. Vincent has held on. Manson is there. Sparrow is all over it. And there's the change on the hairpin. A major change. Manson goes around the inside and Vincent has to stick in. Vincent goes back on the inside. Great position changes here. The Urban Performance Rotax Juniors are putting it on for us at the Pool and Spa City of SAILS for 2021. He's going to try again. He ducks out on the inside, heavy under braking. Manson gets the position back. And now Vincent has to think about what to do because Sparrow is right there. Vincent goes back down the inside. Yet another position change. Great racing. Sparrow is in trouble. Phipps is all over him back and forth. But Sparrow wants to have a crack at this. He's waiting for Manson and Vincent to come together. And there they go. They're now side by side. Was that the smallest of mistakes? Here comes another change. And it's going to be major. There's going to be 3 spot switches. Vincent in first. Here comes Sparrow. Sparrow into the lead. Sparrow has come from fourth into the lead of the race. Vincent goes down the inside to claim it back. Manson has been pushed back into third. Jay Irwin has moved up into fourth now. Classic racing here at the Giltrap Group Raceway. We are only lap 9, 6 to go. It is Vincent. It is Sparrow. It is Manson. Sparrow wants to go. Sparrow wants to streamline. Sparrow wants to stick right in there and clear a gap to the competition. Manson has closed up. Manson is back in third spot on the tailpipe. Here we go. Waiting for the mistake. Vincent still holding. He hasn't owned this race. He's had to take it back multiple times. He's gained it and lost it. He could have gained because Sparrow's going down the inside. Heavy under brakes as he lost control. Yes, he might have. He's out on the curb. He's out on the grass. He's down into third. He loses it to Manson, who gains the spot into second. And now Sparrow could lose even more to Irwin, who is making a comeback. Vincent under pressure yet again, but the mistakes are happening in behind. Here comes Manson now in second spot. Sparrow was so close to the lead. He's now lost another one. He's in fourth position. And there's a big push going on because Manson has taken the lead ahead of Vincent. And Vincent didn't like it. And he gave him the tap to let him know. There is only 3 laps remaining. Manson is starting to move away now. Has this cost Vincent? Manson needs to be the widest kart ever built in history. He's not going to do it. Vincent, they come together. Major contact. And number 20 is going to come through. Irwin is going to move up there. More contact. More. And they try and bustle. They try and hit each other all the way around the circuit. And they're going to knock themselves senseless and decide who is going to have position by elbows out. Now we watch them come through on lap number 13. Talk about a change. This is incredible stuff, but Jay Irwin has come from 7th position to lead the race. Jay Irwin is leading with a lap to go. Vincent is trying to chase him. He might lose position there because of his momentum is gone, and he's going to, I think. Oh, he might be able to squeeze it and hold on to third. Here we go. The checkered flag is out. And that has got to be the race win for the day to Jay Irwin from 2nd into 7th, back into 1st place. What a stunning drive by everyone out there. Vincent came through in 2nd. Manson in 3rd. Ashton Phipps was 4th with Hayden Lyons in 5. Hayden Baccaris in 6. Mitchell Sparrow, wow, to 1st place down to 7th place. Gave it a good shot. Ollie Workman in 8. Blake Knowles 9. Joshua Peebles in 10. Jamie Thompson was 11. Jake Young in 12. 13 was Lily Malone. 14 Stella Carter. Raymond Mellon 15. 16 Miles Findlay. 17 Regan Edwards. And 18 Xavier Faulkner. No result for Jake Millen. Talk about eventful. That is it for the afternoon. Thank you all so much for being part of our live stream and here at the event. Oh, the Giltrap Group Raceway, eh? What a wonderful place. Kartsport Auckland, of course, putting on this amazing event. It is the Pool and Spa City of SAILS for 2021. And we're going to do it all again tomorrow, just slightly differently here at Giltrap Group Raceway, because we'll have Heat 3 in the morning. And again, the qualifying from today determines that grid start. So Heat 3 tomorrow morning, then we're into the pre-finals. And the grids for the pre-finals and finals are all made up from the heats and everything that happens after that. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing it to you. We've enjoyed our afternoon. We now go drink some decaf, calm down, and get ourselves ready for a Sunday day of racing at Giltrap Group Raceway here. the Pool and Spa City of Sails. Talk to you again tomorrow.